is supposed to be so high? You know, it's okay, it can be, but then very small, that's why I'm asking.
No, it's okay, but it's okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think we can slowly start with a little bit of a delay due to lunch. And we have four presentations today, speakers even more than four. So let's begin. So once again, I welcome you to the next session, which is about innovative tools. And today we will be basically speaking, I hope, about innovations and technologies that support open science. As I mentioned, we have four presentations, and we will be beginning with Donau for Kids, which will be presented by Mamta Dwivedi, who's here with us. Okay, yes, I welcome you. Of course, afterwards, after the presentations, we will have a discussion, but I suppose we will, so if you have questions, let's wait for it up until all presentations are done. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I think you can hear me. And this is not just a tool, a technical tool, but I would be talking more about the services that we plan to offer. So I represent KIT, that's Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, and more precisely, we are situated I'm situated, and this project is situated at the KIT Scientific Publishing, that's the university's own press, and it's part of the KIT library. So as you can see, we have a very provocative slogan, and I'll come to that why. So a very short introduction. This project runs from the funding by Federal Ministry of Education and Research in Germany. And our project at Karlsruhe Institute of Technology started in September last year. So it is the first 6 months of the project that's been going, and it's a nice time to talk about our strategies and what we want to offer. This project was developed in partnership with Stuttgart University, who have the other part of this diamond thinking, who are dealing with or who want to offer the services of publishing conference volumes and also monographs. And our part of the deal is that we will be supporting journals. So a KIT scientific publication is a university press, which has more than 20 years history in publication of dissertations, monographs, and books, also conference volumes. And with this project, they wanted to start they wanted to establish a new pillar of publication, that is Diamond Open Access Journals. And the main idea behind this project was that we will be listening from the scientific societies, researchers, and be the first contact place for the researchers who want to start a new journal or even flip their existing journal to an institutional publisher. But we at Scientific Publishing don't want to reinvent the entire wheel by our own selves. We rather took up, or we want to be a platform where all stakeholders can come together and discuss solutions and strategies of making Diamond Open Access Journal more successful. So we decided to have our co-publishing partner, Ubiquity Press, with whom we had been publishing books for a couple of years now. And with them, we decided to be the host and as well as the facilitators of new journals. We all know here that digitalization is not really open access, and there are shades of digital access to a journal. I think I would skip this part and go to the next part, because we all here are champions of understanding. And of course, the definition of what is diamond open access was discussed yesterday in the workshop, so I will not dwell on that. And well, one of the basics of the diamond open access model is that authors don't have to pay huge APCs, and the readers do not have to pay to read. So there's like no paywall. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't cost the starting a journal, maintaining it, and all the things, all the services that are offered with that do cost. So who takes up this cost? Often scientific societies. For example, the journal which we are starting, it's called Hydrogen Safety. It's from the scientific community of HiSafe. It's an international association, and they plan to fund the journals, this journal particularly. And then we also learned that often some of the journals are funded by universities, and often there are other funding bodies who are ready to take up the cost, or at least provide some part of the research funding which has to be used for publication. But there are so many presses that do allow or do provide the services of starting a new journal. How are we different, or how do we plan to be different? So here, with supporting the journals, it means two things to us. One is to help the scientists in starting a new journal, and the other one is also to help them flip. I will come to that later. But another issue that we often deal with is how to control costs and control the cost of knowledge sharing. So what we try to do is we try to take other partners into conversation, such as co-publishing partner. As I said, for now, Ubiquity Press is our publishing partner, and we aim to provide customized publishing services. When we talked to our researchers, we learned that not every research community or not every discipline requires the same kind of size of journal outreach, or their journal, the frequency of publication is often not the same. So they don't need the same amount of input or the same kind of, or often some communities are very active and they want to do everything on their own. So why pay others? Let them take the initiative. Then the other way we want to cut the publishing cost is to use the shared know-how between, or share our experiences with other university presses or just university libraries, and also learn from them what they are doing. During the last 6 months, we learned University of Dresden and Technical University of Berlin is already supporting and hosting a lot of journals, open access journals. Some of them are also diamond open access. So we plan to have sessions with them on understanding how to better manage our resources, as well as to share sometimes our services and to know how did they reach where they are. And then, of course, open source softwares, which are very important for cutting costs and having the transparency of what costs what. Now, for starting a new journal, I mean, it sounds easy that, okay, this community is going to start a new journal, or a department will start a new journal, but it often, for somebody who's probably a young researcher or somebody, a junior professor who wants to start a new journal in their university department. Sorry. They may not know what different steps are required. So we try to help them systematize, and we want to develop a workflow where we can explain and understand better what are the different processes. For example, what is an editorial board? What should be, how big should it be? What should be the size of it? Journal name, helping them finding journal names. And of course, deciding their journal policies based on the standard practices of their things like what OPERA is doing, or different journal policies in maintaining open access, or whether they want to follow the assessment process of CORA guidelines or something similar. So we want to do a step-by-step systematic consultation. Then what is flipping then? We have to explain them that if they are already publishing with commercial publisher and they are not very satisfied, then they can flip the journal to our publishing platform, or we as the publisher. So what does it actually mean? It might mean that they are changing to a new publisher, they have a new website, new platform, their content gets moved to a new repository, or they have to come up with new journal policies. Sorry, something. Okay, I'll just, you want to do it? I think it's fine, it's just one point. Oh, it's fine on there. And then when we talked to the scientists and the scientific community, they had a lot of questions, which I understand, and I was not surprised. I come from scientist background, and I often did not know the nuances of these things. So it came up like questions, how to start a new journal, what are the steps, and where can I get the funding? And how should the peer review work? Are there platforms? And these kinds of questions. So we would try to answer them and support them in finding the services that they actually need, and also try to provide them whatever we have already been working with. And then listening to all those questions made us think that we should open up better channels of communication with the researchers. So I started, in fact, my team, not I, our team started with, or came up with the idea of talking about what is flipping, or how to start a new journal, whether a community wants to start a new journal, whether a department wants to start a new journal. So we did a very basic, easy questionnaires. So with these questionnaires, our aim was not to, oops. Sorry. Did I do something? Okay, it's not just. Let's do that. So, with these questionnaires, our aim was to show that we are listening. In the early stages of the project, as I said, during our interactions with scientific societies and departments, we learned that they were often unaware of the changes that were happening in the publishing services sector. And therefore, to understand what the scholars or the scholarly community thought of these changes and these new policies which are being talked about, they had to be informed, or the idea of these changes happening was to be insinuated. So with these questions, which are titled one, our aim was, we had two broad aims. One was to promote our services and establish our visibility and the presence in the campus, and alongside spread awareness. The second one was that at very general level, the questions were to initiate some kind of thought process or to pick their interests, where the scientists will assess whether they know about these issues or what do they feel about this in the what are their feelings about the changes in the demands and the upcoming research process. So, and then when we want to offer these services and reach out to our researchers, we want to utilize the services which are already there. Because, as I said, we don't intend to reinvent the wheel. So providing a publishing platform through, with our partnership with Ubiquity Press, and then the infrastructure support. One of them is OJS. However, KIT also has its own repository, data repository, where they can upload the raw data based on which they write their articles. Or a journal has the policy that all the research data must be uploaded somewhere, so we also provide that service. And as I said, our university press already has 20 years of experience in publishing. We could utilize our graphic team, the administrative body, utilize the legal services, and do customized contracts, which would be in favor of the journal editors. For example, the role of our graphic team was to help, our graphic team really helped in the Hydrogen Safety Journal, or the community, in fact, to design the cover of the journal, and also helped with the carousel images. Then we all believe that science should be in the hands of scientists. And so we went a step further, and we wanted to stand with the scientists, and we came up with the slogan, "Take science in our hands," and we would be helping the editors in coming up with journal policies, helping them in understanding how the editorial board should constitute of. And basically, the researcher should have the first opinion or the first say, the most important say in how their journal policy should go about and how the journal production system should follow. And in this conference, I want to use this conference as a platform to, of course, networking with the experts, reaching out to those who know or who have experience with starting new journal, flipping existing journals, or connecting with the scientific communities. And of course, I would like to connect with other university publishers to understand how they do what they do. Thank you.
Okay, so the next, thank you very much, Mamta. The next presentation will be about a new tool to facilitate discovery and adoption of open infrastructure for research and scholarship, Pathfinder. And today it will be presented by Katherine Skinner, but the authors of the presentation are also Emi Tsang and Lorenzo. And here it is.
All right, so it is so great to be here. This is my first OPERAS conference and my first time meeting a lot of you. And I've been around the block a few times, so it's nice to have new friends, which is what I feel like I've made over the last 2 days. My name is Katherine Skinner. I am with Invest in Open Infrastructure, which I'll tell you a little bit about today for those of you who don't know already. And I'm really, really excited to be launching this week, and we were very excited to be launching this week, a new tool that's called InfraFinder. Emmy was supposed to be here to do the presentation originally, and I went ahead and listed both she and Lauren Collister on the slides because they certainly both have contributed to these. So, mission. I've been mission-driven for 25 years in this field. The work that I've done includes work with both digital preservation and scholarly communication, including where those two things start to overlap, which thank goodness they do. And I just joined Invest in Open Infrastructure about a year ago. Prior to that, I worked building communities, building collaborations, Library Publishing Coalition, the Meta Archive Cooperative. There are a number of different spaces that I had the privilege of working with while I was with Educopia, which is another 501c3 in the US context. What I love with moving to Invest in Open Infrastructure is that the mission is both super simple. We never forget what it is that we're trying to do, and it's also something that could take us a lifetime. Our aim is to increase investment in and adoption of open infrastructure. Nobody in here is a stranger to how hard it is to promote that within this scholarly environment. So open infrastructure, from where we sit, it can advance open values, it's customizable, it can be adapted as needs grow. But the adoption of open infrastructure, as well as the funding of open infrastructure, trails that of its competitors. There are lots of reasons why that's the case. Part of it is marketing. So one of the things that I think those of us who work in this field and who produce open source software, produce open platforms, work with open platforms are not very good at is marketing and sales. It's not something that not-for-profits in particular have a lot of time or attention to give to, and it's also not something that we're really trained to do. So one of the big problems in open infrastructure that is not maybe there for a lot of the non-open infrastructure is that it's hard to even see what's there. And this is a problem that has plagued us for a long time, I think, across the field. And things that we've noted at Invest in Open, particularly over the last couple of years, are that there's a lot of scattered information. So, for example, I've worked with a number of different technology groups, but if I had come to any of those fresh, trying to understand what preprints were or what the infrastructure options were for supporting preprints, I wouldn't have known where to start. I'm on the inside in terms of repository infrastructures. I know what's out there, but if I didn't, I wouldn't know where to start. I might find DSpace. I'm not sure what else I would find easily, and to be able to compare the things that are out there is even harder. And then pulling that information together, whether I'm an open infrastructure myself and I want to see what other people are doing, what other groups are doing, see who I might be able to partner with, try for interoperability with, or whether I am a decision maker, either a library or other adopting publisher group, or whether I'm a funder, I need a way to be able to see this information more clearly. So this is not a problem that I'm new to, and there have been a lot of building blocks along the way beyond what I've done. But my work in this area really started in 2018 when I was working with David Lewis, who's been invoked, I think, a few times. That's the 2.5% he's famous for, and Mike Roy. And we had a project that was funded by the Mellon Foundation that let us do a census of about 40 different infrastructures, open infrastructures, to understand their governance, their finance, their business models, their technology. What were they doing? How were they doing it? But we did that as a closed data set. and not intentionally, but because this was the first time that we had tried to gather that kind of information, and we knew some of it was sensitive, and we knew that the infrastructures needed time to adjust to even the idea of some of that information being out there. So building on that census, and then also on a wonderful project that took place at Simon Fraser with John Maxwell in charge of it a few years ago, also from the Mellon Foundation, we had a good base going into this third tool that I've got up here, SCOMCAT, which I worked with the team on back in 2020 to bring basically a registry of open infrastructures together. But it wasn't a particularly rich resource. There was nothing to help us keep it up. And so like most registries, we put it up, we had great ambitions, and then we didn't add to it. But what do I mean by open infrastructure? I keep throwing this term around. So open infrastructure for us, and certainly for this tool that I'm about to show you, is a service, a protocol, a standard, a software, something that is making the academic ecosystem, and particularly scholarly communication, work better. So criteria that we used both for InfraFinder and that we're using in general is constantly being refined, because open infrastructure can't be defined in a simplistic way. It's not part of a binary, it's a spectrum. There are lots of things that are somewhere on that spectrum. Understanding where you are on that spectrum is very important, but pinpointing an exact definition for open infrastructure, there are a lot of people who've tried to do it. I haven't seen anyone do it well, and we certainly have not done it in a way that we would say, here's the definitive answer. But some of the criteria that we use as we are trying to zero in on what open infrastructure is include open source software. Does it meet that definition? Is it openly licensed if it is content delivery? Is it free to use by anyone under any circumstances, free of charge? Is it community governed, and is it transparent in both its operations and its finances? Is it operated by a nonprofit or a non-commercial entity? And is it a service, project, or tool that's designed for wide use? Each of these things for us are things that bring you closer to the center of what we wanted to look at Invest in Open Infrastructure in terms of what we mean by open infrastructure. We took some additional considerations as we were building this tool. We have to start somewhere, right? So all of us have been in that situation where you know you've got a vision, you know what you want to be able to do, but you've got to start with a limited base. So we started with repository systems, preprint systems, publishing platforms and tools, standards that relate to each of those things. And we also made sure that we were involving those that we were interested in. So rather than reporting on infrastructures, we wanted to incorporate the infrastructures into the journey with us. And so we did a lot of outreach, and there were 84 communities that we reached out to altogether. And 57 of those chose to come in at the beginning of this work to be a part of InfraFinder. The only thing that we actively deprioritized at this point in this round were hosts and service providers. They have important roles to play, but we were more interested in the open infrastructures themselves in this case. All right, so with all of that said, let's see if I can find it. All right, so InfraFinder, we just launched on Monday. This really has, it's been a long time coming, and it builds on all kinds of other people's work as well. So Bianca Kramer and Bosman, their work with the 400 plus scholarly communication tools. There's so many groups that I could cite that have kind of led us to this way of envisioning things. But what we've done is we've put together a platform that lets you look at what some of the open, and some right now, but some of the open infrastructure options are that you might be able to choose between, or that you might be able to choose to support, right? Because one of the biggest things here is to make sure that things are more visible so that they are easier to support. It's not meant to be the end-all be-all, it is a starting point. But what we've done is with the 57 infrastructures that chose to come into this first iteration, we worked with them and came to a group of environments. Here we go. Sorry, I don't work with PCs at all. So trying to navigate on a PC is funny. Okay, so as an example, you can dig down into each of these infrastructures. So we'll take medRxiv as an example. medRxiv is online archive. We've invoked it several times during this conference. I think most of you know what it is. It's preprints. What we've done is we've tried to give some of the main pieces of information that folks tend to want to know about these infrastructures, and we've put it all in one place. So everything from the types of community engagement they do, the types of policies and governance they have, information about their organizational structure, and things of this nature. And we've done that for each of the 57 infrastructures. You can also look across them, and that's valuable on a couple of different levels. So one of the things that's really nice with being able to look across them, even for me as a researcher, is to be able to see what does community governance look like in each of these tools. Now we've got a body of 57 and growing. What does that look like? What do the policies look like for these different groups? Do they all have codes of conduct? Do they all have particular types of policies, or do they not? And it's not in order to rank. So I want this to be really, really clear. One of the things that we did not want to do is create a ranking system. It is a way of assessing, though, according to your own values. And so you can come into this tool, again, whether you're a funder, whether you're an open infrastructure that's looking for others and looking for ideas, and or whether you're looking to implement an open infrastructure. And you can find all kinds of information and actually look across and decide which pieces match the values that you bring to the table. So you can see all kinds of things if you go to the site, including a space for giving feedback. This is our first release. This is a big moment for us to be able to put this out there as a tool. We want to make sure it's actually doing what we think it's doing. So give it a test run, and we would love to hear from you. We would love to hear both the good and the bad. Anything that needs improving, anything that you think we could do to showcase these open infrastructures better, we will take with great gratitude. So thank you very much, and I'll look forward to answering questions after this. Also, a huge thanks to both the Mellon Foundation and the Arcadia Fund, both of whom have been funders for this.
Okay, so the next presentation will be by Sylvia Papastamkou and Anisa Hawes, and it will be about programming historian presenting the growth and evolution of an open access community-led multilingual journal of methods in the humanities.
Okay. Hello. We are going to present you today a programming historian. It is not a tool, it is a journal, and it is also a community. So we are two speakers today. There will be Anisa Hawes, our publishing manager, and I represent the board of trustees. And my experience with programming historian comes mainly from the fact that I have been managing editor of the French team and then a simple editor of this team as well. So programming historian is a journal of methods in the humanities. So basically, we are active in what is called the digital humanities. It is a journal that follows a model of diamond open access. It is multilingual. There are 4 versions in English, in Spanish, in French, and in Portuguese. And programming historian is entirely community-led. It has been founded by researchers. So the purpose of the journal, as currently defined, is that we publish novice-friendly, peer-reviewed tutorials, lessons, we prefer the term lessons, that help humanists learn a wide range of digital tools, techniques, and workflows to facilitate research and teaching. So you can visit the website of the journal and find out more about how it is structured and about the lessons. Initially, the purpose, I remind this because to show the evolution. Initially, it had been founded as I will show the timeline right after, by two Canadian historians, and the basic mission was to teach programming with Python language for historians in order for them to master the research process instead of depending on others as the digital technologies were emerging. So programming historian started as an online open access and constantly updated monograph in form of a PDF that was authored by the two Canadian historians, Bill Turkel and Alan McEachern, who added Adam Crimble in the second edition of this monograph. So it was launched in 2007. In 2012, as the operation was very successful and created a lot of interest in the community, created actually a community around, this monograph actually turned to a journal of methods in the humanities and added an editorial board. Several years later, in 2017, well, the initial version, of course, was in English. I forgot to mention this. And in 2017, was launched a Spanish version. A Spanish editorial team had been added 1 year before. 2 years later, a French version was launched with integrating a French team. And the last edition was the Portuguese, the programming historian in Portuguese that was launched in 2021. So just to remind, because it is important, the infrastructure is not the same from the beginning, it has evolved. So as I mentioned in the beginning, in 2007, there was a simple PDF document uploaded on the website. In 2012, the journal used a WordPress website to publish the articles. And in 2014, the infrastructure changed because actually WordPress was not judged as convenient because the team was working in an asynchronous way, because the lessons needed to be updated as they had a lot of technical stuff inside and a lot of links. And also the process of the peer review actually was lost between emails and Google Docs. So the team that was privileged by the team was to build the journal on a GitHub repository and to publish it on a Jekyll-based website, which is the current infrastructure we have until now. As I mentioned, the model of the editorial model that is followed is full open access, Diamond. The lessons are under CC BY 4 license, and the journal is registered in the directory of open access journals. The lessons preach in favor of open source use of open source software. The lessons are peer-reviewed. And we follow the model of open peer review, both for the original lessons and for the translations, because there are translations published from one language to another. And in short, to qualify the programming historian outputs, so the published lessons, it is about open educational resources. And actually, there was an innovation in the time because a programming historian actually invented a new kind of scientific article. Programming historian made lessons and tutorials promoting a specific model, made them recognizable as scientific articles. So we have 4 linguistic versions, English, Spanish, French, and Portuguese. And we currently offer, we have published 108 lessons in English, 62 lessons in Spanish, translations and original lessons together, 31 in French, and 46 in Portuguese. So the original lessons include also non-English lessons, because the other linguistic versions, except for the English one, they all started as translations of the initial English lessons, but soon the communities arose in these cases, and original lessons were published as well. There is a specific policy of linguistic diversity that is promoted via our guidelines that you can consult on the website. So, in short, there is something we created there. I mean, the teams, the successive teams, with this multilingual and original model, actually. The lessons eventually catch what has been called the global digital humanities accents. Actually, the activities of multilingual digital humanities, and actually this is a reply, a challenge to the dominance of the English language that we find a little bit everywhere. And by publishing in other languages, actually our lessons contribute to diversify also the translation trend, which is very important. We no longer translate from the English to the other languages, but first of all, we translate from the other languages original lessons to the English, which means that the scientific circulation takes place there. From the more peripheral languages to the dominant language. And there are also translations that happen between the teams leaving the English aside. So we had the very first translation we had from that did not involve the English was from the Spanish to the Portuguese. And now we have from the French to Portuguese and so on. And what emerges there is actually a very, the second dominant position linguistically is the one of the Spanish digital humanities, which is very interesting to check further. Yesterday, I heard a lot of people talking about peer review and how to make it more visible. So the simple infrastructure, it is a hack, the infrastructure we did on GitHub. Well, actually, all the peer review happens on GitHub issues. So people know who they are talking to, and they can exchange directly between them, the authors, the reviewers, the editor who follows the lesson. So the journal currently involves an international team of 32 editors based a little bit everywhere in the globe, 7 trustees, and 4 ombudspersons for each team. The contributors involve a community of over 300 authors, reviewers, and translators. And we also have supporters. We have been having supporters since the beginning who have offered in-kind support, funding, and also institutional partnerships for which Anisa will talk in a while. And since 2 years, we also have been able to employ, actually to generate income, first of all, because before this there was zero cost. We generated income and we hired 2 persons, so now we have a publishing staff, a publishing manager and an assistant. What is important to also underline is that all contributions are credited. So you see here a capture of the page of a lesson. It is a translated lesson. So you see the editor, the reviewers of the original, the translator, the reviewers, the editor of the translator, the translation, and the reviewers of the translation as well. And then you see all the metadata, the DOI, etc. So there is plain transparency. If we have staff and if we are able to generate some income, it is because in 2019, from a completely volunteer-led team, actually we registered programming historian as a company, and 2 years later as a charity in order to underline the non-profit character. And there is a board of trustees and also a board of directors, which has opened the way to have institutional partnerships and to hire staff. And yes, so you see we have the board of trustees, the organigram, how we are organized. Then we have the staff that is the link between the Board of Trustees and then in the end the publishing team, the publications, for which Anisa is going to talk to you right now.
Okay, so in the diagram that Sofia just shared, you can see that the publishing team, they sit between the charities, governing board of trustees and the publications. So we are a link really between those two. In the few minutes that I have, I'd just like to share some insights into some of the key services that we provide to the publications. Broadly, the work that we do is about, I think, 4 main things. Facilitating the production of lessons, empowering dissemination and reader discovery, supporting contributors, and building community. I think one of the most significant contributions that I've made since joining the project in 2021 is to devise, document, and implement best practice workflows. So I've co-created and embedded new systems for managing active lessons across our editorial workflow using GitHub projects. Our publishing team now process submission materials and set up lesson previews to facilitate the editorial and the peer review processes. After peer review and author revisions, we also carry out a series of sustainability and accessibility checks ahead of publication, and those include copy editing for original lessons only, typesetting for all lessons, both translations and originals, also the creation and management of archival hyperlinks using the PermaCC service. We support and advocate for the production of alt text for all figures and graphs, as well as ensuring that any code blocks and tabular data is provided in raw format rather than as screenshots. We also coordinate copyright agreements to ensure all authors and translators give their permission for us to publish their work under the OpenCC BY license. And importantly, with the administrative support of colleagues at the University of Sussex Library, each of the lessons we publish, as Sofia mentioned, is assigned a unique DOI just to ensure reliable and persistent access to those resources. Finally, we take responsibility for coordinating lesson maintenance. That can be anything from replacing broken links to adapting lessons in the case of deprecated software or code. Secondly, my team also works to empower dissemination and reader discovery. This can be understood from the very fundamental infrastructural level. So that's about taking co-responsibility for managing and sustaining the platform and the website upon which our lessons are published. The work is also about disseminating our resources for discovery, supplying metadata to aggregation and indexing services so that our resources can be searched and found by our readers. All 4 of our journals are indexed in the directory of open access journals, and also by EBSCO host. Our lessons in English are discoverable via Dariah Campus, and our lessons in French are now searchable via the Florilège platform. We create and circulate a range of communications materials across social media, to promote the journal and share key information. We also share communications in a quarterly newsletter to share news about recent publications, research highlights, etc. We think of that as both outreach and in-reach, because we are speaking to both existing and potential partners, as well as external collaborators and internal colleagues. The third core strand of the services that we provide are in support of our contributors. We offer administrative support with the advertisement and recruitment of new members. We run orientation and training, provide support. We maintain profiles of our active project team members and maintain a project membership history. And we also document and promote our members' research activities relating to the project. Equally, we are really proud to provide support for a large community of outside collaborators, and that's sort of takes the form of
2 minutes, 2 minutes more.
Enabling their participation through guidance and collaborative work. I'll swiftly continue. So finally, I'm responsible for building the community of partners who are essential to fund our work. And these are a growing community of individuals and institutions who invest in our success. These are the names of those institutions who have generously donated their funds to support Programming Historian in the past year, and I've seen some representatives from several of those organisations here at the conference, and so to those people we say a very special thanks. Our membership fees are modest and they're flexible across different global contexts. If you would like to find out more about how you could support us, I'm going to share some links, but important just to say thank you, and I hope that we can stay in touch.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, and I welcome Luca de Santis, who will be talking about Pathfinder, the publishing service portal of OPERAS.
Okay, thanks a lot. So before it was presented the InfraFinder, now we have the Pathfinder, and actually it seems like a nice coincidence, because the Pathfinder is really complementary to what Katherine was presenting before. Before starting, I would like really to highlight the payoff, finding the way in the maze of academic publishing, because this is actually the main purpose of the Pathfinder, which is the newest kid on the block. That is one of the newest services of OPERAS that was implementing with a specific purpose to help editors and editorial managers to find publishing services to perform their work. So it's a catalog in which services and service providers, that's why I found the complementarity with the InfraFinder, are presented. The idea is just first to present OPERAS partners, but the idea is just also to expand it so that really people working in editorial teams can find what they need to do their job. From an implementation viewpoint, This has been made possible thanks to the OPERAS Plus project, and software development was done by my company Net7, while all the design, analysis, and editorial work has been done by Lexis, and afterward I invite Lorenzo to join me on stage to answer to your questions. Don't leave me alone. So this was something that Lorenzo mentioned in the past days. So the Pathfinder that is visible now, it's really an evolution of something that was done in a previous OPERAS project, the OPERAS P. So out of the experience done at that particular time, it has evolved into something a bit more, let's say, easy to maintain. That was the main goal, because basically, and I put it on the first bullet, there is a web back office that allows the editorial team, our editorial team this time, to curate content in an easy way. So, of course, one of the main issues that we had at the beginning is just to classify the possible services. And here again, the gorgeous OPERAS community helped us a lot. So a big thanks to Graham Stone, if he's listening online, to help us to define the possible categories for services. So being a catalog, of course, search is paramount. So we just provided an easy-to-use search interface to find services and service providers with wizard, with things that we are adding along the way. It's possible for users to register, again, by integrating the OPERAS ID. So if you are an OPERAS community member, you can register on GoTriple, then on Vera, on the Pathfinder, on the Mattermost platform. So actually, you belong to the ecosystem of OPERAS. And also we have a chat, because the idea is having some public space for registered users also to discuss about editorial problems. So not only find things, but also find suggestions again by exploiting the community. I mentioned before editors and editorial managers, and we actually provide some suggestions for authors, and as I'm going to show in a moment, because it's demo time, and even if this is something that I should never do, during presentation, doing demo online, especially when there is Magda around, I'm going to do it. So. Okay, so if you're really just curious about the Pathfinder, this is the URL, pathfinder.operas-eu.org. So it's a catalog. From the very beginning, we declare actually what is our target audience. So I say editors, editorial managers, and authors. So let's start from authors, because as I said, we just provide suggestions. Actually, this is not a platform for authors who need to publish an article or a book. So what we do is just provide them suggestions about other resources that they can use. So if they're working on an article, they might check the OJ. If they're working on a book, of course, OAPEN is the place to go. So this is a catalog, the Pathfinder. So of course you can just look for keywords, or in this case, let's go straight and have all the results. Results that can be seen either for services or for service providers. And of course you can actually filter with a faceted interface. Then you can go and see the detail of the service. And of course, you actually can go to the service provider's page and you can visit the website. So everything has been done in order to make it easy to use for everybody. And just a glimpse about the back office. So basically, the main content is pretty simple. We have services and we have service providers, and we have really made everything to simplify data editing. So you have here the description of the service. You have the service type. So we have defined a taxonomy that can be edited and expanded with the category types. So we have the service families, all the necessary tools for actually maintaining Pathfinder alive and kicking. So coming back to the slideshow, what are the next steps? Okay, Pathfinder was released last August as part of the main schedule of the OPERAS Plus project. It's still in beta because actually data curation is going to continue, and especially Lexis is working on this, and we need your help really, because as you have seen, right now the catalog is not very rich. We have 31 entries at all, and of course we need to grow. So we need your collaboration, especially if you are an OPERAS member. So we just sent around requests for descriptions. Some of them actually answer. So if Mark is around, thanks again for that. But of course, we need to grow. And this is what we are going to do, because OPERAS Plus is running for an extra 1.5 years, more or less. So our intention and hope, of course, is to have this catalog much more richer and useful by the end of the project and beyond. So if you just want to know more about what's behind the Pathfinder, there is a wonderful deliverable of the OPERAS Plus project, which is, as you can expect, on Zenodo. And if you have questions, Lorenzo and I are here, so please feel free to ask anything that you want. And thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, and please stay on the stage. And yes, and I invite you speakers to the stage. Yes, we will sit there. I'll take this one. Or I will just, take a seat. Oh, thanks, Lorenzo, for your chair. Okay, so before we open the floor to our audience, I have just one question, because we don't have that much time for the discussion. Let me take a look. 25 minutes to go. Okay, so the conference is actually about collaboration, and you described your innovative tools, in general, your tools, your projects. And my question to you is whether you see possibilities of collaborating with each other. So I mean the speakers that sit here. Obviously I do see those possibilities, but I wonder whether you do. And I think we can start from Katherine, since she has InfraFinder. So here we have other infrastructures. Could they be found on the InfraFinder then?
All right, so it's a great question. And we're already doing a lot of collaboration. So one of the things that I didn't mention, but I should, is that each of the entries in the InfraFinder was written in collaboration with the infrastructures themselves. So we're not representing anyone without their input, and they can update those at any time. One of the things that we've talked with other groups, because the SCOS family, of course, is another place where you've got a registry kind of infrastructure that is there. And one of the things that we talked to the SCOS family about before we built this was, is this something that could continue to draw attention to groups after they've been part of the fundraising, the actual moment where they're part of SCOS? And I'd say the same thing with the OPERAS tool at this point. It's fantastic that we're building these tools. Integrating them is going to be the next step, or else it's going to be one more space where we have a whole lot of action and a whole lot of confusion about where to go. So anything we can do to make sure that the data between these relates to each other and can be shared will be great. And that's one of the other features with what we've done is it's an open data set. So not only can you go in and use InfraFinder as a tool and do your faceted searches and do your comparisons and whatever you need to do, you can also use the data. And so maybe we can talk about data exchange and some of the things that we might be able to do to make sure that we are working together across the field.
Well, thank you. Just to reply, yes, when we saw the name of your project, InfraFinder, there was obviously an astonishing, sounds very interesting for us. Well, collaboration means many things, and obviously Pathfinder can survive without a heavy collaboration from all the stakeholders in OPERAS and outside OPERAS. you are outside OPERAS, I think, so this could be a first interesting experiment of collaboration. The things I want to make in evidence that you are addressing institutions. No? You are talking about presenting solutions of infrastructure to institution. Pathfinder focuses on, as Luca explained, about editors and editorial managers. And one difficulty we are finding in modeling all the system of Pathfinder is to find the definitions and to provide solutions from the point of view of these persons, from editors, editorial managers, and authors as well. And so we ask for collaboration to service providers to think of their services from this point of view and not as from the point of view of providers, because normally people come here, as it happens in these days here in Zadar, to explain what they are making and the project they are providing to the community. But we are trying to think on behalf of of the people who are going to use these services, and for this we need collaboration from all the providers so that it can really design a project that can be used effectively, also to avoid and to reduce fragmentations, and that's the term that we have been used also today. And we talk about the maze of academic publishing. Okay, this is the point that Pathfinder is going to focus on, and we ask for collaboration for this. Thanks to all the people who already have done this job for collaboration with us, but we need more, and we are going to ask for this in the next months and in the years.
Just think very, very quickly, just put sometimes the hat of one of the members of the special interest group on tools and platform, because you mentioned SCOMCAT, and actually there is a group with Antoine, Alesh, and other colleagues and friends here around, in which actually our idea is to make a database, let's say, and to make it public, so data, open data, etc., about the tools, since actually SCOMCAT is no more, so we miss it. So I just wanted to say hi to my friends, but also to mention this thing. So unfortunately, if things are not open data, sometimes, if there is no backing anymore, you're going to lose it. And definitely we have to make sure that the data stays open.
Absolutely, and just to kind of wrap that up, the SCOMCAT data was also open, and so is the code. And so, again, trying to make sure that all of these pieces don't fall out of use and then fall out of, so that we still have access and we still can do the things that we need to do with them. SCOMCAT was always intended to be a very temporary project, so it's nice to be able to move beyond the registry and do something a little bigger.
Yeah. I think that since we provide services, you saw all kinds of questions that we get. So, for example, what can be the review system that we can follow, and how different information can be processed. And we get all kinds of questions from scientists, so of course services from these two platforms would be very interesting to explore and to also forward to the editors and other research groups. So, yeah.
So I don't know if there are really perspectives of collaboration between us, but it's always enriching to exchange in networking like this, especially since I believe we are the only entirely community and volunteer-led, half volunteer-led initiative. First of all, it is very helpful for us to exchange with professionals. And then projects that are led from projects in general, they have also an evolutions. So, for example, the issue of the infrastructure is for us a very important issue, because We have made essentially a hack with building a journal on GitHub. But as an international team, with more and more collaborators and maybe future perspectives of adding further teams, we also see the limits of such a system. So we also keep our eyes open to look for other systems. And of course, we are very willing to exchange and to have views with professionals to have further insight.
Okay, so thank you. And if you have any questions, please jump in. That's your time.
I have two questions. One is, most of us probably came here by plane and we looked for some accommodation. That means most of us use some portals and to find things. And the data points of booking a flight are straightforward. I mean, they are complicated, but they are straightforward and comparable. And if we compare services, we definitely need a way more extended and also a bit complicated metadata model. And that brings me to the second point. These portals that we use for booking flights and accommodation, they are something like a two-sided market, meaning they rake from two sides, from the providers of the offer and us as the consumers. And how do we maintain services that have a complicated metadata model and then also offer free services to communities that themselves also offer free services when we don't have anybody to rake money from just on the go, meaning we need funders or others to understand that there's a use case for them.
It's a great points, and I think that's a good comparison point to draw as well. And it's, as with all of the open infrastructures, we need the support of funders to make them work. And those funders can take lots of different forms. Right now, the goal for the InfraFinder itself is to begin building not only the community of, not only the set of data, but also the community around it, and to make sure that we are asking the right questions of our infrastructures, including for those of us that are running them. And so that idea of the metadata model is really central here. One of the things that Ross showed this morning was the forest framework, which is something that I had the pleasure of working on in a previous life with Sarah Lippincott. And part of what we are looking at in the InfraFinder is how do we take those kinds of values-based, whether it's POSI, whether it's forest, how do we take these things that try to codify our values and try to make them a little bit more concrete? And how do we make sure that the answers to which infrastructures match up with our values are also more visible? And so there's a lot behind that metadata question. It's not just like, what's your business model, but it really does come down to what is it that you value, how are you operating, and what kind of information are you willing to make transparent and open to all of those that are around you. And so there's a bigger kind of long-term vision in that one that I can speak to, and that metadata piece is central.
If I may add to the answer from the perspective of university publishing that helps or that plans to help the researchers in starting a new journal. It would be amazing if they could book the services, but often the process is much longer because we are also learning what researchers want, and they are also learning what the steps are and what the processes are. So it is not traveling from one point and arriving at the other. So it would take a bit of, like our first journal took like about a year in deciding everything and going through everything and writing policies and taking reference points from other established models and whether we are doing it correctly. And if it was just about consuming something immediately and not a long process, it would be super fast. But these intellectual processes take some time and processing. So that's why.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for your presentations. I took note of Katherine's mention of marketing. So we do a lot of, at least outreach to libraries to engage with them, but also to get funding to be sustained. And I think sometimes there's still this idea that open infrastructures are projects, programs, maybe they won't last, are they reliable, long-term and all that. So this is strange, of course, because I mean, like DOAJ has been around for 20 years, so many also commercial services are built on top of DOAJ, and that's true for many open infrastructures. But I would really be curious to hear how you think about that kind of promotion or marketing or communication dialogue with the funders, so to convince them that open infrastructures are credible in the long term as well, and how we do that as a community for that community, so that they don't think continuously that you have to be a commercial company to be reliable, which is questionable.
I can't answer it from the perspective of an infrastructure, but it's sort of, when you're speaking, you are also reminding us of the challenge of trying to ask people to pay a nominal, a subscription to a journal that's available open. And it corresponds to some discussions in sessions yesterday about how do library acquisitions managers make a strong case to invest an amount of money in an open access journal, which they could, and their community and their students could otherwise access without a payment. So I think, when you're working with an open infrastructure or with an open project, we're continually in that position of needing to be marketeers when perhaps that that role doesn't necessarily come naturally. It's even more necessary.
I'll just tag on quickly that visibility is everything. And most of the open groups, as you said, we've got these long histories behind a lot of the infrastructures that are out here now. And it is hard to convey that, especially to newcomers to this space, because the presumption is, I see these commercial products, they're advertising in different places, they're coming in and they're talking to my procurement people, they're talking to my libraries. We need to raise the visibility of what we're doing on the open side in order for it to have any chance of being competitive against multi-million-dollar marketing campaigns from other spaces. So, I mean, literally, some of the research that we did for the Mapping Scholarly Communication Infrastructure project that was one of the backbones for the current form that we use to help people give us information. One of the things that we found out, because in that project we were looking across both commercial and non-commercial players, was how much some of these infrastructures that are on the commercial side are paying for their marketing, and also how many of them are loss leading, which are the things that we don't see for the open infrastructures. We don't see what the cost and price is and how these things balance out. And so again, raising the visibility, and part of what I hope, and this is the long-term vision, but part of what I hope, whether it's InfraFinder or whether it's other tools that we manage to do in the open space, is by making ourselves more visible, we also put more pressure on the commercial players and on the closed players, because they're gonna have to raise to the same values as we're expressing and we are fulfilling if they want the business. If we can make those things visible, then we can actually compete on much more solid ground than I think we can now.
Yeah, I just wanted to very quickly say something about the visibility for programming historian. That actually is working very well for the time being, because I'm an assessor on MA thesis for digital humanities. And every year I see it in the references, they learn some part, to do some part of their thesis because they follow the lesson from programming historian. For me, in the library, that's the best argument I can have, see this has impact. This, I don't know, we contribute 1,000 or 2,000 euros, but I can just prove this is used by students, and every time it's brought up, like, you know, is this worthwhile? I just have to refer to these theses, and that's the end of the discussion for another 12 months. So program history is actually doing a very good job in that niche of being visible.
It's good to hear, and it's exactly what we want. We want to support librarians and faculty specialists to, you know, to be equipped to recommend our resources to their students where they will be useful to them. And in particular, I think where students might be writing the methods chapter of their dissertations and for the first time needing to reflect on how and why they handled their data in a particular way, or how they came to interpret it in one way or another. And that's, yeah, I think that's something that they can really, you know, really practical use of our lessons. And if that enables people to do their research, then that means we're doing our job. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can add something on this, this is actually the power of the community. This is where the force of the fact that it is community-based is evident. It's because if students use our lessons, it is also because their teachers may be members of the team, so they write lessons they need, and they write lessons they know their colleagues need. And this is coming to fill a gap in the higher education that is persistent. Actually, the raison d'être, the reason of creating open educational resources in digital humanities, in digital history especially, which I know better as a landscape, is because the higher education fell short to integrate digital methods in history teaching. And this, although it has become better the latest years, it is still a big problem, and this is why programming historian still continues to have an appeal.
Any questions?
Thanks for the presentations. I have a question for Pathfinder team. So, do you have any evaluation criteria for services that are willing to apply to Pathfinder, and do you do any evaluation? Do you expect any TRL?
Okay, so if a quick answer on my side, and then I pass it to Lorenzo, because actually Lexis is curating the content. So the idea about the Pathfinder is providing something that is, let's say, at least a TRL 8 or 9. That is because it's something provided by a service provider. So it's something that can be usable, which is different from what we are doing with special interest group on tools, in which actually we just enlist tools that might be experimental, and in which TRL, for example, is an explicit parameter. So that's the difference, but I leave it to Lorenzo.
Okay, for the rest, the question is, yes, we are not a team that has stands for filter and evaluate the services proposed to the system. The idea is to put at the disposal of all the ecosystem of scholars in Europe at the moment the resources that are more efficient. They are, it will be the scholars to choose which is the services that more suitable for them. For example, obviously, if they are looking for a service for free, there will be a filter that says this is for free. This is not for free. You are going to pay. But the idea is to we are conscious of the fragmentation and the variety of ecosystems, the scholars ecosystem in not only in Europe, the difference between countries, the difference between the type of research systems. So at the moment, at least for a moment, we are not putting some barriers and we accept every kind of submission. In the future, maybe this will be in accordance with OPERAS governance infrastructure. We can imagine of apply some kind of filtering. At the moment, we just appeal to the to OPERAS providers, OPERAS members, but not only. We are open also to other providers. And then, our effort is to model all these services, and the effort we made in designing the project is to define all the different services in a workflow with different phases, because our goal, as I said before, is to help the scholars, editors, editorial managers, and authors. And we are conscious that they can have different needs and different situations. They live in different systems and do their research work in different ways. We don't want to, at the moment at least, to put barriers to the resources they can find. And so at the moment, this is the approach. In the future, there can be, and so this means that there will be a coexistence of different kind of resources. And our job is to describe them at the best, so that people can find exactly what they are looking for in the different conditions they are at the moment. And because in the future, obviously, we, as is in the goal of OPERAS project, is to have more coordination to promote the values of open access and so on. But we are at the stage now, I think, that we mainly have as a goal to help scholars wherever they are, and with no matter to the different kind of research work they do.
Okay, so thank you very much. We need to close our session now. Time is up. And just to wrap up very shortly, and only because I'm a part of OPERAS Innovation Lab, and everything that's been said here is in the very heart of what we are doing right now. So we are just finishing a case study that's been covering some of the issues that have been brought up today, especially the issue of networking and visibility is one of them, and the sustainability as well. So just please, if you want to know more about this kind of projects, then just observe us, observe the OPERAS Innovation Lab, and we'll try to also be in touch with you all who do this kind of innovative research, and not only research, but infrastructures as well. Thank you very much, and have a great last few sessions of the conference.
And I have to make a last announcement, so we will have 50 minutes coffee break, and afterwards we will continue here with the session on innovative tools, and we moved the panel on multilingualism to the multimedia hall. Yeah, so it's just the other room you know here as well, to make it more easy for everybody. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Antoine Cordelois. I'm from the Special Interest Group Tools and Platforms, and it is my great pleasure to be chairing the 10th and last session of the 2024 OPERA conference. The theme of this session will be innovative tools and metadata, and we will have the chance to have an idea of the progress of Craft-OA, which is a very nice project, and its two sisters, Palomera and Atrium, are also Diamas, sorry, are also OPERA projects. So this is quite a family. So without any further introduction, I will leave the floor to Sona, Arasteh, and Maxim Kupreyev for the presentation of Craft-OA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antoine. Hello everyone. Thank you for staying despite the late hour. My name is, as Antoine just said, Sona Arasteh. I'm the Communication Officer for Craft-OA and simultaneously an Open Science Project Officer for Diamas. And I will tell you a bit of the objectives of Craft-OA, the general shape of the project, and then I will go over to my colleague, Maxim Kupreyev, who will then tell you about the main outputs of the project. So Craft-OA stands for Creating a Robust, Accessible, Federated Technology for Open Access, in case you didn't guess that already by the acronym. And Craft-OA is part of a larger project family, which we like to call sibling projects. And you have already heard of Palomera and Diamas, which is why I will only spend so much time on explaining what is happening within these projects. So all of these projects together work towards an equitable, scholar-led publishing system. Palomera is focusing on open access books and policies for open access books. Diamas and Craft-OA, this is a specific distinction between Diamas, Craft-OA, and Palomera, focus more on the Diamond Open Access aspect of this, with Diamas rather focusing on IPSPs, which are institutional publishing service providers, and Craft-OA rather focusing on IPTPs, which are institutional publishing technology and tool providers. So who is Craft-OA? Craft-OA is a consortium that is made up out of a total of 23 partners, so you can imagine we have a lot of fun organizing consortium meetings. The project has started in January 2023 and will run until the end of 2025. Several partners with long-standing experience on open information, infrastructures, and open science are involved within the consortium. And we also have several partners with a responsibility for open access publication services and with technical responsibility for publishing platforms. So you can see that we have all the good parts within this consortium to actually build a better future for institutional publishing technology providers. And so what are the main objectives that we aim to achieve within Craft-OA? So first, and this is more of an overall objective, we are trying, and this is always together with Diamas, to evolve and strengthen the Diamond Open Access institutional publishing landscape. Secondly, we try to promote and support alignment and interoperability of existing Diamond institutional publishing practices. So that means we don't begin anew, but we rather try to support initiatives that are already there and try to boost them and connect them with each other, making them stronger, therefore. Thirdly, we are trying to raise visibility, discoverability, and the recognition of Diamond Open Access produced content. Maxim will chime into that later when he speaks about the Craft-OA outputs and specifically about the Diamond Discovery Hub. Fourthly, we are trying to support the integration of Diamond Open Access publishing entities into the EOS and large-scale aggregators. We try to enable capacity building for Diamond Open Access institutional publishing service providers and institutional publishing technology and tools providers to contribute with services. So capacity building is a rather strong aspect of what we're doing, and this is specifically connected to the work
we are doing in collaboration with Tomasz in conceiving and creating and and providing the building blocks for the so-called Diamond Capacity Hub. And lastly, we are trying to create and host, beyond funding, a reliable, comprehensive Diamond open access web of commons. So we are really trying to involve into this community aspect of publishing, thereby making publishing not only stronger, but giving it back to the hands of the actual community that profits from it. And with that, I will give to, oh no, I will not. I will not. Okay, so how do we work? For those few of you who have never actually been involved in EC-funded projects, this little acronym WP stands for Work Package, and it basically describes sectors of work within a project. So Work Package 2 and Work Package 7 within Craft2A mainly revolve around outreach, community building, and co-design. Work Package 1 is mainly for coordination and scientific coordination of the project. So for example, for coordinating a joint international advisory board we have with our sister project Tomasz. And the other work packages are actually working on technical solutions, interoperability measures to provide that solutions to the community to enable them to work together better and stronger. And with that, no, I do give to you, right?
We can do this now.
Okay. Okay, now I do give the word to my colleague Maxim Kupreyev, who will lead you through the main outcomes of Craft2A. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So basically, I'll provide an overview of the tangible results of the, also technical results of the Craft2A. And I know that some projects formulate key exploitable results before the application. In our case, it happens actually after. And the key exploitable results prove to be a very practical means of showing what actually Craft2A is doing. We are now actively using them in the marketing materials, in the promotion campaigns, and so on. So first of all, what is the difference between project results and key exploitable results? As we have this adjective exploitable there, so it means that it has a higher potential to be exploited after the project's end. And that's our hope. So emphasis is on exploitability and on sustainability. Craft2A has, okay, that's actually the definition. So Craft2A has 5 key exploitable results. The first, some of them are bundles of different work package outputs, but some of them are actually a product of one work package. The first one is so-called Diamond Discovery Hub. You might have heard during the previous, maybe it has been mentioned. Basically, it's a registry of Diamond journals. And here you see what Discovery Hub is planned to provide. So it identifies the largest possible set of Diamond journals. It collects and stores Diamond journals metadata. It ensures the metadata and data quality, richness, and interoperability. It displays structured information on journal ownership, governance, and mission. It aligns existing EPSPs, and it provides detailed and verified information for aggregators. Here is a scheme how it works. So basically, we have a data ingest on the left side. Data ingest takes place either by journals themselves or by trusted data source. Then there's the data refine process and the assignment of Diamond status. And DDH editorial team will do this partially automatically, partially actually, it's a manual also work. And then this data can be after reused by aggregators. The core one of the core theoretical issues with Diamond Discovery Hub is actually the definition of what is Diamond. What is a Diamond journal? And Craft2A and Diamas created a group which works on a Diamond definition. And this is, as you see, it's not a theory, it's actually something which has to be put in practice. It's what we are trying to define is a hands-on criteria which can be implemented and which can be used by DDH editorial team to pick up the Diamond journal. So it's a current state. It's Diamond journal has a persistent and valid ID. So it's a peer-reviewed scholarly journal. The authorship should not be limited to any type of affiliation. It should be owned by organizations that perform research or scholarship. It does not impose any kind of mandatory fees, and all outputs carry an open license. So it's a work in progress, and we would like everyone to join us on the 16th of May on a webinar. You can Google it, or you can also scan this QR code, where the criteria will be presented to the community, and the community can provide feedback for the practical hands-on definition of Diamond journal. So that was the Ker 1. Took some time, so I'll be fast with the remaining key exploitable results. Key exploitable result number 2, I think, has the highest potential to be actually exploitable and sustainable because it's OGS core feature enhancements. It means that all those features will flow into the core of OGS and will be maintained and sustained by the OGS community. The work which Craft2A does on OGS apply to GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation compliance, also multilingualism, especially multilingualism in controlled vocabularies, taxonomies, and identifiers, and also the automated, like metadata quality, but through the automated metadata checks. So that's the second. The third key exploitable result is called OpenAir Publisher Dashboard. You might have seen, tried already this such tool as the OpenAir Monitor, which consists of different dashboards. There are country dashboards, there are also university dashboards. I think actually Ireland statistics is open, you can just take a look. So this is an experiment with the publisher dashboard, which will provide all relevant indicators and metrics on publications, downloads, citations, on preprints, top authors, and the tool set will include charts, link data from the OpenAir graph, and it will provide also integration with the European Open Science Cloud. Moving to the fourth key exploitable result. You see it has a lot of adjectives in its title. It's institutional publishing technical living, and at the end is a handbook. So basically, the idea of this tool is to document all the tools, findings, and results of Craft2A. Craft2A is producing actually not only technical solutions. There's also a lot of surveys, analysis, data sets, and so on. So this living handbook will have this, but it will go beyond it. It will cover the technical aspects of institutional publishing as a whole. There's a potential for sustainability and exploitability because Living Handbook will become a part of Diamas Capacity Hub, which is being developed now by Diamas. It was formerly called Diamond Capacity Hub, now it's called Diamas Capacity. So So we are planning to maintain its exploitability through the DMS and project. And so the last one is a kind of a mix of different work packages. We decided to give a common title to this exploitable results. It's called OGS Diamond Plugins. The first two ones are currently under development. The last three will be implemented next year. So Visibility Pathfinder is a checklist of requirements by the indexing services. So the idea of Visibility Pathfinder is to give the editor a checklist of requirements which he can automatically or manually control and get a label and put this label on the journal's website. So they're compiling kind of a list and summarizing on the indexes requirements. And the next one is OGS Connector for Open Air Research Graph, which is currently under development. Quite interesting, from my perspective, will be also number 5, which will provide interoperability between OGS and LODEL, because both support different types of different families of XML. One is TI XML and there's just XML, so we plan to have to merge them and so that they are interoperable. With that, I finish, and I invite you to follow the developments of Craft2A, and if you have any questions, you can ask them here, but also write an email to us, to Sona and me, and we will value your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Sona and Maxim. If some of you have questions, please keep them for the end of the session. The next speaker is Tomasz Umerle, and he will tell us about the contribution of Dariah.lab on improving metadata.
So, hi to all. You all should get trophy for the most resilient conference attendees, spending an evening in Zadar on Friday at the conference. So, what I want to talk with you about is this old biblical problem, which is improving scholarly metadata, but from the Polish perspective, from national perspective, but I think that all of you can relate to that. So, we had a Dariah.lab project, which has finished at the end of 2023. That is a very big, large infrastructural project worth more than 30 million euros, and we did our part of it together with PCNC, where we aimed to understand how could we make the first steps towards improving metadata that is relevant for SSH. So the landscape in Poland is that we have 2 large aggregators of SSH relevant content. So we have Federation of Digital Libraries that aggregates more than 140 sources and has a very limited harmonization or normalization of metadata. We have a Biblioteka Nauki PL, which is a provider to GoTriple. It has open scholarly publications and is a scientific publishing platform, and it contains lots of authors' metadata. And the third part of it adds to the confusion, because we have also National Library of Poland, which has all the National Library services, and it actually has quite good quality metadata, but they are not connected. So all those 3 things are just not connected, and we try to build infrastructures that take advantage of some of the good quality metadata and applies it to other Polish resources. So in the Federation of Digital Libraries, which has more than 6 million documents, we have more than 1.3 million keywords. And after lemmatization, it's 800,000 keywords. And in the Biblioteka Nauki, we have more than 380,000 keywords. And none of them are identified by anything. They are just strings, just words. So what we did, we tried to do in the project, we built 2 tools, and one is the basically the foundation for the Polish graph for SSH, which is Dariah.lab Cultura, which is a cultural data aggregator. And we built a tool that is a data mapper that based on right now string similarity, but it adds LOD identifiers to keywords. And so I will be talking mostly about string similarity, but there is a reason why. So one of our main findings in this project was that, okay, like professionals working in SSH, libraries, repositories, on many occasions, they use controlled vocabularies, but they do not have tools to do it properly. So what we found is that out of more than 700,000 concepts, more than around 350,000 were similar matches to National Library controlled vocabulary concepts. So there are very small inconsequential differences, but their software doesn't allow to put a link to those concepts. So they must have been opening some registries of National Library, putting the words into repositories and closing the thing. So after time, of course, there will be slight, because the library would change the words slightly, delete a bracket or something like that, and okay, it's no longer traceable. So we try to fix this problem, this very simple problem that we have controlled vocabularies entries, but not present in a compliant way. So this is the situation in the digital libraries, where entries are mostly done through academic libraries, so by librarian professionals. The situation is different in the scholarly community, which is the graph beneath, where we have, out of 550,000 keywords, only like 25,000 have similar matches, because they're authors' keywords, right? So authors, scientists in SSH rarely would just open National Library controlled vocabulary and pick a keyword and put it to their publication. It just happens very rarely. So, but we went further and we tried to understand what else can we identify for sure in keywords. And of course, many keywords are also named entities, like there are places, personalized organizations, geographic names. And we know that there are some huge advancements in NER, so we can identify certain features there. So just to remind, of course, everyone, but all know that keywords that are strings or named entities without IDs are not fair. So through this cultural data aggregator, we build a interface that is connected to a wiki-based knowledge base, where we deposit the results of our matching. So our matching is done through matching the strings of keywords to Biblioteka Narodowa, to Polish National Library, through secure string similarity mechanisms. And how it looks is that we have the aggregator like here with all the publications, and these are enriched metadata. So we just started with simple strings, and what we did is we add authority cards to the metadata entries. So here you can see one of the situations when the enriched metadata, there was just Sigmund Freud, and now we have, or the Jacques Derrida, and now we have a wiki base that has an identifier from National Library for Jacques Derrida. Simple thing, but it wasn't there before, and we want to build on that. And what we wanted to add further is to make available these metadata collections for further use. So we made possible to work with Polish National Library controlled vocabularies for OpenRefine, which is a tool used by librarian community, and we started to we converted the vocabularies into SCOS format, and it is available in SCOSMOS. So, and there are some next steps for that. So, and we already have data for it. So we try to go a little bit, experiment with mapping and matching keywords. So, for example, we are matching the keywords to disciplines, like we have literatura arabska, Arabic literature. We are mapping it to both literature and Arabs, for example. So we are doing these kinds of experiments, mapping keywords onto different concepts in a secure way. And so through that, what we can do is we can turn this 1.3 million subject headings into a situation when we have more disciplines recognized. But this is to be done. We have data we don't have yet in the user interface. So in the end, what is the big next step is to reach out to the community and show them the improvements that we have and understand how we can get back those improvements into their systems, because this is the main challenge. But building these infrastructures allows us to have a more experimental way of experimenting with automated metadata improvement and enhancement. Then now we want to build services for the community that they can see what kind of improvements can be done to their metadata automatically, more or less, and then decide, okay, is this the quality that you would like to work with? Is it worth investing in or worth using? And this is our next step. So if you're interested in more things that we do, visit the website of the Polish IBL team Computations, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tomasz. Let's welcome our next speaker, Antica for our presentation, Pre-Registration Platforms and Improvement in Research Credibility.
Okay, so I haven't heard at this meeting, conference, term pre-registration, and don't worry, I will explain what it means. And why I talk about it is that we believe that pre-registration can be recognized as a research output, and that can have important implications for improvement in research credibility and research trustworthiness. And how we started to think kind of about this importance of pre-registration is that there is something called research waste. In simple terms, this is all research that has been conducted but has no value to the end user, or it has limited value to the end user. One simple example is somebody conducts a project but never publishes anything. So clearly this is wasted research. And this has been estimated in medicine to be 85% of research. It's crazy, like it's human health. And we conducted some analysis for ecology, and we estimated very similar values. And for me, this is really shocking, because it's really just unbelievably high. So just briefly, how we estimated this for ecology. So we based our estimates on more than 10,000 primary publications in ecology. 45% of ecological research is never ever published, so nothing is published out of that. Of published research, almost 70% is poorly planned, so you cannot fully trust the result. And finally, also shocking and related to publishing, 41% of results in published studies are underreported, so you cannot fully use them. For example, they miss sample size, or they miss even the value of the effect they have detected. And this brings me to registration practices, and there are two registration practices. One is pre-registration, and I don't think you've heard about that. One that you might have heard of is registered reports. It's a formal type of publication model. So this is how the research cycle, or life cycle, whatever, looks like. So you have, you collect data, you write your report, you submit it, and hopefully you publish it. So what we have with pre-registration is you submit your design of your study to a registry. And ideally this gets DOI, and this started in medicine because they noticed that studies always support their hypothesis. So they said, well, if you set up your study design beforehand and commit to it, then you're less likely to actually do all of these little things called researchers' degrees of freedom, p-hacking, in order to find the significant results you can publish. And you can also report your results in a registry, regardless of whether they are published in a journal or not. And with register reports, this protocol that you submit actually goes into a formal peer review. You get some feedback on the design of your study, you can improve your study, and then you conduct it. And this protocol is also published and gets a DOI. And when you finish your work, you again submit it for a review, and then a reviewer just looks whether you did follow what you said you would follow, or you can also have some deviations, but they have to be justified. So we believe that these registration practices can really increase methodological quality of studies if registrations are peer-reviewed. They can improve completeness of reporting because registration templates require you to specify important elements of your work, such as sample size, and they will influence features of your results, meaning that we expect less significant results to be found, lower effect sizes that are detected, so you don't find huge effects always, but sometimes you detect actually very small effects, and that they will increase availability of results because results are in a registry, even if they're not published in a journal. So to see if this is really so, we looked for meta-studies. So meta-studies are studies that looked at a large body of literature, and we found 26 such meta-studies, 19 from medicine, 6 from psychology, and 1 from both fields. None in ecology because registration is very rare in ecology. And 21 look at pre-registration, so this is like without formal peer review, and 5 on registered reports. And I'm not going into details of this. Our study will be published very soon, so you can learn more details. But what we found that mostly all of the meta-studies show that if you register, if you pre-register, your published study will have higher methodological quality. It will also have better reporting, both of methods and of results. And finally, it does show that results are really different. So this is really important for the scientific evidence. But we have very low rates of registration in ecology, but also in other fields. I doubt that in social sciences there are any registrations. And for that, we obviously need infrastructure, templates, support, and incentives, and I'll briefly go through these. And something that I actually work on, I'm a scientist, I'm an ecologist by training, and I like to apply scientific method to study whether all of these things that we actually talk about do make a difference to a quality of research evidence. So we have to evaluate on a real sample whether these do what we would hope that they do. So regarding infrastructure, I don't know if you ever heard about registries in medicine. They are quite common, in other fields not. Center for Open Science actually offers also registration as one of their features, but we wonder if we would actually benefit from ecology-specific registry, which means, okay, you have to put some money to develop it because infrastructure is not there, but then it has some benefits such as, like with the data, if you have field-specific data repository, that's better than some generalistic repository. Ideally, these registries should be searchable, and this is often not so. So if you go to OSF, it's very difficult to find a registered study there. Ideally, they should be citable, so get a DOI, so they are recognized research output that can be referred to. And something that I have not seen so far, that they are linked to other resources. So if I put in some research search engine certain terms, it finds this study in a registry because metadata on registration are exposed to search engines. Regarding templates, well, minimum registration requirements, I'm not going into that, but something that we're thinking about is it would be really cool if actually registrations also have data management plans and software management plans, which would then also increase availability of software and of data. Regarding support, obviously, scientists don't know how to register their studies, so it would be great if somebody would help us. But something that I would really like to see if that registries are actually also peer-reviewed. So there is a team that quality checks your registration and improves design of your study before the study is conducted. Once you conduct it, it's kind of sometimes late. You already collected the data. So, and we have several ideas on how to organize this. It can be institution. So every, old studies, research from institution is reviewed by institutional team. It can be done by some regional body that does this, so there are different ways to organize this. Of course, there's money involved, but then if you waste 85% of research, I guess this is not such a huge price. And obviously we have to educate, and that's definitely lacking. Then we come to incentives. There are, of course, these badges, but they have minuses and pluses. I'm not going into that now. But I think it's very important to recognize registration as a proper research output that is valued. So even if you don't publish anything out of it, it's still registered, you can still put your result there, and it has some meaning to the science. It has value to the evidence base that we produce as scientists. And I think that's the main conclusion of this short talk, is that we have this like one link in research cycle that we're missing. So we now started to recognize data and code as research outputs. So it's more and more common that they are getting recognized. Obviously, we recognize publications. But we could also recognize registrations, and we can make them findable, citable, so basically fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So somebody can use your ID and do research. You can put some embargo on your registration, but I think that's the kind of final word of my talk, and obviously like have results of registered studies submitted to a registry. And how to start? There are many different ways to start organizing forums of researchers, but also publishers or funders to discuss how do we go about this registration. Do surveys of researchers in order to understand why they don't register their studies, if this is making their research more robust. Journals can encourage editorials on the topic. It can be even journal series on registrations. But all of this requires money input. And again, I really think that the fact that we waste almost 80% of ecological research and medical research, and I really believe it's like that in all other research areas, then we should invest money to decrease this huge research waste. So if this is interesting to you, and if you have any ideas on how to organize community around starting with this registration, if you have some ideas about infrastructures, about publishing, or if you would like to get involved in some of our work, so we do a lot of these meta studies trying to estimate whether something is good or bad for science, then you can get in touch. And I would just like to also acknowledge my collaborators, my student Maria Purgar, and collaborators Tim Klanshen, Paul Glasiu, and Shinichi Nakagawa. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you very much, Antica. Our last speaker is Christiana Voinov. She will tell us about mobilizing immersive technologies, and I will leave her the floor right now.
Okay. We made it. I'm the last speaker. I know you're very excited about this fact. We are going to start with what I am not. I am not an information scientist. I am not a librarian. So I don't focus on infrastructure as such. So why am I here? So researchers are given these tools, these research integrity instruments, these codes of conduct, these aims, these values espoused by the open science framework to facilitate open science, right? Well, how do novel technologies fit into this picture? How do tools apply to novel technologies? We were talking earlier about codifying, in some sense, our values. So really the discussion we're about to undergo is about this. In particular, with regards to extended reality tech. Okay, so a brief overview of what I will be talking about. Number one, what is extended reality technology? Why should researchers care? why should the open science community care? Number two, we're going to do a knowledge mapping of XR research. So what kind of research is being outputted? Number three, two ethical issues that are very pertinent to the open science community. And number four, are research integrity practices and instruments equipped to tackle the sort of unique issues posed by extended reality tech? My short answer is no. And then maybe you can help mitigate that problem. Okay, so number one, what is extended reality? So we could think of extended reality technologies on a spectrum. At the very left of the spectrum, we have our real environment, the environment we sit in here today, and to the right of that, we have something called an augmented reality, or AR, and you could think of Pokemon Go as a good example of this kind of technology. You have the digital sort of extending or overlaid upon this physical space that we live in. And then on the far end of the spectrum, we have our fully virtual, fully immersive environments, something that could be facilitated by wearing like a head-mounted display, where the goal is full immersion, right? Forgetting about, ideally, this external world. Okay, so why should researchers care about extended reality technology? Well, first, data. All tech functions on data, right? It collects data, but data collection within the XR context is far more expansive than our everyday digital devices. Of course, the nature of that data collection depends on the type of XR device being used, but number one, all of XR gathers conscious data, very obvious, the data that we give it. All of XR gathers environmental data or spatial data, so who is around us, what our environments look like, and a lot of XR, in VR in particular, gathers unconscious, intimate data, like our most minute bodily movements, what you are looking at, what you are not looking at, how long you are looking at it for, even electrical heart activity, even minute variations in your skin. So when you blush, for example. Obviously, this is very useful as a research tool, but, and there are many buts, we'll get to that in a few slides. And number two, it makes new realities. So it takes advantage of our neuroplasticity, our sensitive and flexible brains. It makes us feel present in a new space, in a constructed space. Now, presence is a well-studied concept in psychology that refers to our subjective state of experiencing virtual objects. So the more immersive an extended reality technology is it high fidelity, for instance? Does it have high context realism, et cetera, as you would find potentially in some HMDs? The more likely a person is to feel present. Right? Great. Very useful research tool. But, all right. So just to give you an idea of what kind of research is being conducted using these kind of technologies, and this is from a knowledge mapping done by Girgonova et al. And they did their knowledge mapping of research output in 2022. So 95% of research they found was conducted within the natural sciences domain. Overwhelmingly natural sciences. Medicine, engineering, computer science dominate within this. And VR, of all of the technological artifacts on the XR continuum, VR, research in VR dominates. Now, 5% of this research is taking place within the social sciences. This might have changed. I have not looked at the updated statistics since, but it's in 2022, this was the sort of landscape. And they define social sciences as anything studying human society. So they included psychology, for example, and communication studies in their definitions. Now you're asking, what about non-empirical work? So legal and philosophical dimensions of XR tech. Well, within the journals that they researched, there basically was none, little to none, no work. That's not to say that the work isn't taking place. That's just to say that in these major XR journals that they collected their data from, there really was no output. So we should keep that in mind as we move to why should researchers care about XR? Well, the problem of over data, for one. We don't have to talk about that. I think everyone can assume what this means. Over data, you are now collecting a bunch of data about your research subject or your research participant. Oftentimes you are collecting more data than is strictly necessary. What do you do with that data? Where do you store that data? Should you be allowed to make inferences upon that extra data? These are important questions we should be asking in the open science community. Then, where does that data go? Does it remain in the academic sphere, or are you forced to share it with industry? A lot of these technologies are proprietary. So oftentimes this means if you're using Meta hardware, Meta also has access to that data that you are collecting. And then a huge issue is that of anonymity. And this is perhaps one of the most difficult problems yet to be solved in XR, VR in particular. It is practically impossible to anonymize a participant in a VR space. Machine learning can de-anonymize what was previously anonymous data, which is obviously a huge issue. And number two, the problem of ecological validity, right? So to say an experiment is ecologically valid is to say that the experiment models the real world sufficiently, right? And a good experimenter could set up the right doxastic and subdoxastic features to mimic a participant's experience in this recreated XR setting, in this recreated XR context. And yes, it's really good at doing this, but, and we'll read some quotes here, because I think this illustrates the problem. A virtual environment provides the researcher with an ecologically valid platform, okay, there's that language again, for presenting dynamic stimuli in a manner that allows for both the veridical control, technical words, of laboratory measures and the verisimilitude of naturalistic observation. Okay, great. And here's another one by Seinfeld et al. In a study they did on convicted domestic abuse offenders, a therapeutic study. Quote, the virtual embodiment paradigm used in this study overcomes such limitations of previous studies by making the offenders actually experience an abuse situation from the perspective of the victim. Okay, and now I draw your attention to the quote on the right. VR is an excellent tool for studies in social psych. It provides the possibility for internally valid experimental designs, et cetera, et cetera. Moreover, scenarios that are impossible in physical reality experiments for practical or ethical reasons can be used in VR experiments. Now, I forgot to mention what I do. I'm an ethicist, and this particular quote piqued my interest, and perhaps it does yours too. It certainly did. Eric Ramirez, a philosopher, in 2019, he wrote, if it would be wrong to subject a person to an experience, then it would be wrong to subject a person to a virtually real analog of that experience. As a simulation's likelihood of inducing virtually real experiences in its subject increases, so too should the justification of the experimental protocol. Well, why is this relevant? Well, because a lot of research is being done under the pretense that there is no harm taking place. So we are using these tools because we are excited about them, but we actually don't know what their long-term effects are. What can the researcher do then to guide their use of these tools, to sort of mitigate these issues of data, to sort of practice in an open science framework where their data is accessible, but also in a way that honors the participants, right? Currently, we have a bunch of ethics integrity instruments. They could refer to the European Code of Conduct for research integrity. They could abide by the FAIR principles. They can find assistance in research ethics committees. We have legal tools like GDPR, which are very, very important. But there are limits to these research integrity instruments, to these tools. Number one, research ethics committees are not domain-specific experts. So the more complex or emerging the study design, the less competence a research ethics committee will have in assessing this kind of research output or research design. And this is really relevant for XR because even seasoned researchers like Slater, which I had quoted, who was a seasoned social psychologist and who's done many experiments within VR, are making these sort of assumptions about what the technology can and cannot do. Number two, research integrity instruments can be too abstract, right? And I like this quote, abstract rules cannot also determine the rules of their own application. We cannot remove the deliberating agent from ethics and politics. So we focus a lot on these procedural aspects of research integrity, and these are critical. Codifying is critical. I completely agree. However, research integrity, research practice is also about ethics as practice. So we really need to start thinking about what slow scholarship looks like within the open science community. And finally, research integrity instruments should be domain specific. And this is sort of what I'm mostly focused on researching. I'm with the XR for Human project, which is a large European consortium, and we're focused on issues within XR, extended reality tech, including interoperability issues, et cetera. So if you're interested in helping us with that project or want to learn more, I recommend going to the XR for Human website. If you're interested in research integrity and want to learn more about XR in terms of platforms that already exist, safety and privacy frameworks that are already in practice, XRSI has one that is really useful for scientists using this tech. W3C also has the XR accessibility user requirements. There are many others. Have I gone over time? Yes, definitely. I will cease. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, I invite all the speakers to come on stage for the question. We have a bit less than 30 minutes. Okay, first, thank you all for all these good presentations. The IT nerd in me has a question that would work for several of your projects. Do you plan at some point, given the type of data you tackle, to use large language model and machine learning in order to improve the services you are offering? Maybe Tomasz?
So with the keyword question, it seems like a problem that could be solved by large language models. When you look at it, I just want to state that maybe there is a bigger decision to be made because, okay, large language models are pretty good at understanding text. They can generate or help extract keywords, right? That's what we know. But what we are trying to do here specifically is that the question is whether we should care about all the keywords that someone has attributed in the past to publications. Authors, librarians, do we want to save them in terms of their semantic meaning if they are not fair, right? So to this specific task, large language models, haven't proved that helpful because we have a specific keyword that someone used and then a specific set of other words, and we want to define whether they match. And it's not that straightforward here. Although we try to do another thing with large language models, which proved very helpful, is when we try not to find matches for words, but attribute disciplines to words. Of course, we lack context. Keywords don't have context. Large language models are, the context is crucial. But what we can do is we can expand our understanding of the concept if the vocabulary has a limited understanding of a concept. So, for example, we can just ask large language models, what are other words that are under the umbrella of sociology or things like that, similar words, and it will give us, we have a bigger network of terminology, and we can say that we can attribute to more words a certain discipline. That's what we tested, and it gives a boost. But still, it's about generalizing keyword. This keyword belongs to this discipline, but not this keyword is this concept in this controlled vocabulary or is in some relation with this concept. But if someone has an idea of how to progress on it, there's probably, there are definitely smarter people than us, then, just get in touch and maybe, we can experiment around that. But we are passionate about this problem for years, so, we are open to it.
Yeah, I can say that Craft2A, within Craft2A, I think we don't have the implementation of LLMs because, the project proceeds as it was planned, and it was not planned, but OPERAS to make some advertising for, I represent OPERAS here, I'm a technical manager at OPERAS, so OPERAS has some services which are planning to integrate the language models and also AI, and one of our services is GoTriple, and it will also, we'll also be working on keyword translation and keyword assignments according to probably control vocabularies, and I think AI can help in that. But within Craft2A, within what I presented, no, we don't have these. Key exploitable results are supposed to be exploited without artificial intelligence for now.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a question in the room? Yes, Luca.
Okay, first of all, thanks to everyone. And actually, I may just want to make a comment to Tomasz and then go to Sona and Maxim. That is, I think that what you're doing is really useful. And definitely, I look forward to exploit what you're doing in Atrium, because as Maxim said, we have to do, the task is keyword translation, but actually it's much more interesting to do keyword alignment. So all the experience that you had is very valuable. And this actually opens the question to the care number 2, if I'm not mistaken. So I think all the work that you're going to do for OJS can be really useful if you provide something that can be aligned to controlled vocabularies, because the quality of metadata can be improved also this way. And one remark for both of you, because you were supposed to be friends. So what about GoTriple? So OJS plugin for OpenAir and for GoTriple, guys? Huh? So please don't forget GoTriple,
Good point. I think we had another question in the back of the room. Yes.
Hi, Ross Mounts here. As anyone knows me, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of large commercial publishers, but I have a question for Craft2A, and I was looking at your current provisional definition of Diamond Open Access for journals, and I saw one of the bullet points was an organization that performs research. I was just going to say, are you aware that Elsevier actually is an organization that genuinely performs research? So that current definition wouldn't seem to exclude Elsevier at the moment. Maybe that's in the design of it. I don't know.
Okay, so what I can say, first of all, is we are painfully aware of that. Second of all, this is a definition that is meant to be tweaked and drafted by the community. So what we have delivered so far is a definition that people can dwell on, that people can criticize, of course. We have, so initially the plan was to, and Maxim, please correct me if I'm missing a point on this, but the initial idea behind this was to create an operational diamond open access definition we can actually use to identify these journals / articles within the larger context of the Diamond Discovery Hub. And then we discovered that this definition might be very useful in other discovered, but we figured it would be rather useful in other contexts as well. So what we are trying to do now is to get this rough definition that we have agreed on within the project out to the public, discuss it, and see what we can improve through this community consultation, what we can discuss if this actually works for the community we're aiming to support with this. So please join our webinar, all of you, of course, and give us this feedback, because we are in need of that. We are doing this exactly to engage with the community and to discuss things like this. Yeah.
Yes, the definition, yeah, I mean, there are a lot of gray fields here. So we're trying, I mean, it's not an easy process. That's why I think it will be the third already meeting trying to define, because many commercial publishers are trying to kind of, they establish nonprofit, like the Greuter recently established a nonprofit thing, which is using, like, to be able to use tools which were developed by public money, through public money. So there are many kind of gray fields, and yeah, we'll try to shape it the way that will cover also these gray fields. So, but yeah, there are a number of people here who are actually actively participating in the definition, so maybe we'll come to the solution.
Any other question in the room? Well, I do have one for Crasso A. Yes, okay.
I have a question for Antica. You've identified in your review the meta-studies that assessed evidence for a registered report. I wonder if those meta-studies themselves were pre-registered and blinded in their assessments.
So this goes into a bit of something that's not, again, not familiar. Like, I don't think the audience is familiar. So when you do reviews in science, you should ideally also do something that's called risk of bias assessment. So if you use a certain study as the evidence, you need to assess whether that study has any biases. So how good the study is, what's the quality of the study. So we did not do that, because this was also not a fully systematic review. It was more kind of semi-systematic, and we do call for somebody to take on that. We don't have time to do a proper systematic review with evaluating risk of bias, and I guess whether a study was pre-registered should be one of the elements of such an assessment.
I had one as well. When you pre-register a project, what you register matters and what you don't as well. But when you started this project, on what were the first steps to decide on the features interesting to spot what you want to flag? Not sure.
Okay, so that's why you have pre-registration templates. So they specify, so in medicine they are well developed. In psychology they started to develop these also quite a lot. So it tells you, you need to decide on optional, like what's your stopping rule. So when you stop collecting data, you need to decide on your sample size. You sometimes need to also decide, ideally, also on the analysis you will do. Because when you analyze data, you can analyze them in many different ways. And you analyze, exclude this variable, include this one. And finally you get that p-value that is significant, and then you can publish it. So the idea of pre-registration is that you pre-specify all of these things. How are you going to collect the data and how you're going to analyze them without seeing the data? Because as soon as you've seen the data, you are more likely to spot some pattern there, which is fine, but then that's kind of, different type of research. It's more exploratory research. So you don't test hypotheses based on something you've seen in your graph and now, I'm going to test that because I've seen that peak here. So there's a point of pre-registration. And I think it's very useful, and I would like if anybody here is doing research to consider doing it this way, because I think I've been in open science for maybe now in ecology since 2015, and it was first, open access to publications, emphasis on that, then open data, then open code, and now we started to talk about pre-registration and register reports, and I think that's also very important to consider as I said, research output and an important part of high-quality science.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question.
Yes.
Hello, hi there. Toby Steiner from TOES Open Metadata and COPIM. This would be a question for CraftAway. I know you are working towards this kind of diamond away capacity center and hub or information hub thing, whatever it's called, DMAS, also ties into that. My question being with the the overall definition of diamond away, of course, isn't only focused on journals, but the capacity hub looks like it's starting with journals, at least. I was wondering, is there a way to at least kind of feed input from the books world into that as well? Like, would you be amenable to allow, like, say, the OA Books toolkit to be linked to that, for example, other resources that are being developed in the books community, could those be linked into that as well?
Okay, so I have a short follow-up question because I don't think I completely understood. It might just be a slight misunderstanding. So did you say it starts with the Germans? Okay, that makes way more sense. Way more sense. Okay. All right. Then I think I'll be able to hopefully sufficiently answer. But Pierre, who is in the lead of all visions concerning the DIAMAS capacity hub, this is how it is called at this very moment, might jump in and correct me if I say something outrageously wrong. Okay, so generally speaking, yes, it does start with the journals at this very moment, but there is no, so basically, I think the point is, this is a very vision-heavy endeavor, right? So hypothetically, the sky is the limit, but of course, the next step, well, not the next step, but the next step would be to think about how to include books. And it is obviously something we do think about in the corners of what we are doing, not maybe in the center, because simply the projects CraftAway and DIAMAS are very much focused on journals, not exclusively, but focused on them. But this is precisely why we have such a close connection to our sister project Palomera. So ideally, the this is on me, DIAMAS Capacity Hub will be a node or a European node for everything that is diamond related. May that be journals or may that be books.
One could add that there's already a communication or cooperation between the projects Palomera, which is dealing with open access books, and DIAMAS and CraftAway.
Yeah, thank you very much. I forgot about that, obviously. So we are currently, for example, collaborating through a webinar series that is being conducted, and I have absolutely forgotten when the next webinar is scheduled, but this is not yet officially announced. So you can simply follow the project and you will be informed when the next webinar in the series is scheduled. So we had two former installments of this webinar series, which are both available via the Diamus YouTube channel. So you may get a glimpse of the collaboration we're already conducting via this very webinars if you'd like to. And this is obviously just a part of the collaboration within the project, but it's the part that is most visible and most accessible at this very moment, at least.
I have a question for Tomasz. So you are using large language models to match the keywords, and it's like really cool between different resources. But my understanding is you are using awful keywords, which are sometimes really low quality or they are missing. So have you tried to also generate keywords using large language models, but from titles and abstracts, like it's done in PubMed, for example, where they use their own taxonomy of the terms?
So in what I presented, we don't use large language. It is not based on the large language models, but as from what I understand, your question is that, okay, we can generate keywords, right? And of course, they could be of good quality in general, right? The question is whether it solves the challenge of what's up with the keywords that someone gave. So we try to stick to this question and see if it's relevant, because maybe in the end, maybe someone says, okay, we don't care anymore about the keywords that someone gave to the publications because the generated keywords are also of good quality, semantically valid, and okay, let's just leave it on the table. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know, but I haven't heard it yet, let's say, or I also heard, you know, especially for authors keywords, strong defense of that we want to save it, you know, and they are the most challenging ones, but we want to make them semantically understandable. So we did some experiments like, let's generate keywords like extract them and generate them in both ways. And then let's find whether they help us with the actual keywords. And it wasn't very helpful, especially for authors keywords. That sometimes are even kind of, especially in SSH, are even expanding the terminology sometimes, right? Or introduce a concept that the researcher wants to popularize. But it's not a frequent, for example, concept. So very interesting and question. Thanks for that. And you know, we are still exploring. So.
Listen, I have a question. Have you heard about these like digital twins? We use digital twins of ecosystems. So I wonder where that lies in this spectrum of that you showed, what virtual reality is.
Yeah, so extended reality tech, like for instance, head-mounted display or mixed reality is often used to create digital twins. So literally like a digital twin of a physical entity or an environment. It's used in architecture a lot, like mixed reality applications, where you could interact in real time sort of with a digital object, move it around, see how a couch looks like in your living room, how the couch would look like in this corner and that corner. Yeah, definitely. There's many applications of digital twin in XR domains.
It seems it's used in a different context in my field, like ecology, than what you say. But we can talk about that later. It's interesting. The concept, the difference in concepts, yes, and it's the same terms.
I have a question to pre-registration platforms. Do you think you can extend this idea to humanities and social sciences? And what I'm thinking about in particular is like in digital humanities, before annotating huge amounts of text and then noticing the annotation guidelines were not perfect, or like distributing a survey in social sciences to many people and then noticing that something was forgotten.
Yeah, I mean, in every kind of research, ideally, so the pre-registration was developed in medicine, and that's a field that has a lot of experimental work where you set up a certain experiment, but then it started to be used in other types of research, like observational studies and similar. And what you said, my understanding is that because you don't know how your research will turn out, you have to make next decision after a certain time. So actually this is really interesting because we are thinking about introducing what I said, like do we need ecology-specific research registry, is because we are thinking about a bit different kind of registration, but you don't have to necessarily register everything at once. Because obviously there are so many things that can go differently once you start collecting data and similar. So we're thinking about something called modular registration that you do in steps. And you try to register as many steps as possible, but at one point you say, okay, after this I first need to, do a certain part of my work in order to be able to register the next part. And I didn't mention that, but one of the also benefits of pre-registration, apart from removing all of these issues with fishing for results, is also that it makes the research process transparent, and all decisions that you made, even if you change them, are transparent. So somebody who evaluates your research can say, okay, this was done post hoc and this was done ad hoc. So I thought about that earlier on. And that has different implications for what your result actually means. So what value of evidence that is.
Okay, I'm hidden a little bit here. I have one question for Tomasz. At the Open Library and Directory of Open Access Books, we both use keywords and classification code. And I was wondering if these classification codes could help to create a context, and if so, can we then use your tool to create better keywords for our platform?
Yeah, that's one thing that we try to understand. So whether we could use the classification for an article for a specific keyword. The question is not that obvious because you can have an article in a certain domain, but not all the keywords in that domain. So that's one answer. And the other is we are trying, but we don't have data on it, but I think that what is worth exploring is the distance between disciplines to use classifications of articles as a evaluation method for matching. So for example, if there is, because we will be dealing with terms that have more than one meaning, for example, but if they appear in articles that are in the domains that are far from each other, then it's a signal that you might have done something wrong in matching, right? So things like that. So the classification could give us some signals, alert us of maybe mismatches that we identified, especially when we do similar matching, right? So this is what we found, but in general it is risky to assume that a discipline for an article would mean that you can apply it to a specific keyword from our experience.
Thank you. Maybe we can take one other question before the conference closing, if we have a candidate. Would you have anything to say to conclude?
I would like maybe to try to refer to what you were saying with extended and augmented reality. Do you see any, because I mean, I was trying to relate to this, to our context, to the publishing and to the, I mean, and you showed statistic that it's used in 5% only in cases related to SSH. I mean, I know that it's used in a museum context, which is already kind of closer. It's digital humanities. It's already, so do you see the way kind of to contextualize this thing to the way we're, because in the museum has an interesting ecosystem because you have the objects, you have the library, the literature about the objects, you have the photos of the excavations maybe, and you have to connect all them. So, do you see any relation to our publishing ecosystem?
Yeah, I have a little bit of an asterisk to the 5% there. So Yergonova They explained their methodology very thoroughly. They were very transparent about it. I nevertheless had qualms with how they actually went about doing this knowledge mapping. So they took the 3 most prominent journals in XR research, Frontiers, Virtual, and I forget the third one. And they drew their data from these 3 extremely prominent journals. Now, these are journals that, for the most part, produce industry-forward work. So you could see that there's a bias towards natural sciences when there's a kind of industry motivator involved. And so if you would have, if Gergonova et al. Expanded their sort of knowledge mapping to all of the available journals, then we would see a higher number of social science inputs, basically, and non-empirical work, philosophical scholarship like mine that deals with making normative frameworks for these kind of technologies, a legal scholarship that is taking place, how XR relates to GDPR, for example, if GDPR is even a useful tool to mitigating some of the issues, the data issues in particular, privacy and security issues. So to answer your question, there are a lot of applications in the museum context, yeah. We'll reuse the term digital twins again in the museum context. Perhaps it's conceptually different in this context as well. There are a lot of applications where you use augmented tech to overlay digital information on the physical space. So you could see the way like a boat would move. I'm referring to a specific example of the Viking Museum in Oslo. You see how a boat would move in real time and how it was destroyed, and you actually see it in the physical space, but it's digital, right? Like it's just a digital overlay. So yes, lots of applications of this technology, and very useful applications as well. It's a useful tool, the spectrum of tools. But yes, we need to be careful about what kind of scholarship we are pursuing with these kind of tools. And we also need to really think about how open science relates to these kind of technologies. What are we valuing slow scholarship, or are we just like, what is it that we fundamentally value as in the open science community?
Okay, so I reached out for the microphone under the assumption that I still have a minute left, so I'm just going to make this quick. I just wanted to use this opportunity to shout out a huge thank you to the organizational team from OPERAS and from our gracious hosts at the University of Zadar. You have provided us with a splendid conference experience, and you have managed all small or larger hiccups that may have come your way with grace and very swiftly. Thank you very much for this. Thank you.
Thank you all. So this would conclude the 10th session, and I would like to also ask for a round of applause for our speakers. And we will leave the floor for the conference closing, and to Mark more specifically.
Congratulations, people. Congratulations. 33 minutes and counting. Just really well done on this. But as you may have just been witness to, Judith has been working like an absolute warrior. Can we, just before we start, just give Judith a round of applause, because it's been awesome. So you don't want to hear from me. My name's Mark Huskisson. I work for PKP. I'm the co-chair of the Assembly of the Commons. But we welcome for the very final session Vincent Lavrière and Émilie Paquin. Hopefully the pronunciations are okay, both from the University of Montreal. Vincent's going to talk with us. He's a professor of information science at the University of Montreal, but also the UNESCO chair on open science. Émilie is the project coordinator for the UNESCO chair on open science. And as you will see, Vincent is currently developing strategies to enhance discoverability on multilingual content and reforming the research evaluation system. So, right up our cul-de-sac. Thank you so much. Vincent.
Well, thanks a lot for the invitation and the opportunity to be the last person standing between you and your Friday night dinner. So I will try not to, Mark and I talk, I won't spend the entire 45 minutes, so you're going to be able to probably leave early, but maybe there's going to be a question period. So, okay, so I want to present the embryo of a project that we started in Montreal on discoverability of scientific content, drawing on a lot of work that has been done in the cultural sector about the discoverability of movies and music, and kind of seeing what are the analogies that we can make with what's happening in that sector, and what are the things that kind of work differently with science. So. Okay, so I've heard the expression twice in the last couple of days, lingua unica. And so I went in the dictionary. Latin would say lingua unicus, but I thought that was an amazing way of phrasing it. This is not lingua franca. We went from a multilingual science to a single language that actually has all of the scientific capital of the scientific system. So I want to present some data on that. I know most of you are familiar with that, but I will also show that it's actually a bit difficult to see what's the place of the various languages in the scientific community. So we're going to talk a bit about the causes and the consequences of that for the scientific system. And then I'm going to discuss a bit why are we finding that it's now an issue. Because it's been like that for a few decades, but now it's as if governments are realizing that, oh, there's adverse effects to moving to a single language scientific system. And then I'm going to move to the what can we do from a multilingualism point of view, and how again can discoverability help us improve the place of other languages in the scientific system. And then I'll be a bit critical, I will say, on the limitations of this analogy. So that's our overall output in science. Many would argue, and I think I would be part of that that's probably too much. In terms of outputs, we understand what's happening with research incentives. Everything in the system is pushing us to publish more and more. So we basically went from less than 1 million papers a year collectively in 1980 to almost 8 million last year. And we see that the 4 years since the pandemic have led to even more paper in the scientific system. And in this sea of scientific paper, there's one language that dominates. You are all aware of which one it is. So the entire sea here is English in the ecosystem. And then, so we'll see that this is a bit of a moving target, what the proportion of English is, but that's according to the Dimensions database as of 2020. Of all languages, there's only one that actually increased over the last few decades, and that's Portuguese. Mostly because the Brazilian government is giving value to Portuguese in its research evaluation systems. So this is not, it's not a miracle. Well, actually, it can be in a way, but there's a policy action that can be made. Given that symbolic value is a social construct, government can decide that they're going to give value to that language on an equal footing to what they're going to do with the English language. Now moving to what OpenAlex shows us. So you are all familiar with the OpenAlex database. Like many others, we started to play with that. Was a proportion of papers in French for France. As I'll say in a couple of minutes, the metadata quality is not that great, as you are aware, but definitely a long decline, but a recent increase over the last couple of years, which is kind of coupled with the digitization of scientific information. We see a similar trend for Germany, but with numbers that are actually much lower. So of all German papers, we went, and this is again, over a few generations, from 90% of papers in German to less than 10% of papers in German. So a total opposite situation. I want to contrast that a bit with Web of Science data. So you're all aware of the limitations of the Web of Science data in terms of coverage. But we do know that the data quality is higher than what we would obtain with OpenAlex and Dimensions and all of the more inclusive data sources. And with the Web of Science data, given that it has more precise field classifications, we're actually able to see at which stage different disciplines went to English as their lingua unica for disseminating science. And so in the Web of Science, in the 1970s, so in the early years of the database, most of the German papers in the sciences were published in German. Most of the papers in medicine until the 1980s, that's not so long ago, I was born, were still written in German. And then you see slowly taking space also in the social sciences and humanity, and in the social sciences first, and then in the arts and humanities, it's actually fairly recent that the shift has started. Of course, this is due to the different, let's say, level of internationalization of research objects. In physics, so in the natural sciences, most phenomena are international by essence. The electron behaves in the same manner in Germany than in Canada. So collectively, we needed a collective language. So researchers went to English. Then medicine has more national components. Social sciences is much more national. And then culture, arts, and humanities is something that is a bit, I would say, one could say essentially national. So Germany, a clear trend that is, again, fairly recent with a different speed in the different disciplines. France, we kind of see the same phenomena again. So Anglicization is something that is quite present in the sciences, but again, that is fairly recent for the fields of social sciences and humanities. So this is due to a changing publication behavior by researchers. It's also due to the Anglicization of national journals, like the Annales de l'Institut Pasteur in France that have been publishing for decades in English. But it's also due to the fact that national societies, be it in Germany, in France, in Canada, are going to create more and more journals in English. So that's just the creation of new journals. That's from the Ulrich database, which indexes journals, not the content, but the journals that are being created. So basically, in the last decade, about 1/3 of the new journals created in Germany were actually created in English, and only 2/3 were created in German. Yeah. In the case of France, it's actually quite stable. So that's interesting. So the fact that the country has basically 3 national platforms for disseminating science probably contributes to the fact that researchers still create journals in the national language. One striking case, and I'll go back to the Chinese case a few times during this talk, is China. So in China is the country that produces the most papers at the world level, but it's also the country that produces the most papers in English at the world level. And so they mostly produce papers in international or in foreign journals, but also they are producing papers in Chinese journals, but increasingly those are also published in English. So we're in a situation where everything converges into a single language. And so, of course, that has consequences. But before going on the consequences, I want to say a few words on bilingual journals. So I come from a officially bilingual country, which is Canada, that has French and English as its national languages. And so many scientific societies have created bilingual journals where you can basically submit either in French or in English. So we looked at whether these journals were actually bilingual. So I took five examples that basically cover the spectrum of disciplines. So you see there's a dead patient, that's economics. So basically the Canadian Journal of Economics has not published a paper in French since the late 1990s. Voila. In the case of physics, okay, just a few words on economics. Let's not forget that economics is a social science. So it is embedded into a culture and a place. And so it would be, I would say, essential that it has papers in languages other than English for practitioners, etc. Physics is kind of in the same situation, but there's a few bumps of French language. But again, it's given that physics is an international discipline, this is a bit less surprising. But I want to emphasize two journals actually that have, let's say, different curves. The first one on top, that's in blue, the Canadian Journal of Political Science. So in the late 1990s, early 2000s, basically, there was no French anymore, almost no French anymore in the journal. And then the editors of the journal decided that they should do something about it. And so they basically decided collectively to give value, to submit not only their second or third best paper to the journal, but actually submit their best paper there and write it in French. And that kind of led to a little bandwagon effect where now French accounts for about 40% of the papers that are published in the journal. So there's something that can be done, and it can be done by researchers. And I'll get to this point a bit later in the talk, that we are in the sense that we actually control our destiny. And I'd like to contrast all of this recent move to English with, I guess you probably know the guy, he was a physicist, and actually wrote most of his papers in the 1900s, 1910, 1920s. This is when his best papers were written. And almost all of the most important ones were written in German, published in Annalen der Physik. He did not go for an American Physical Review because it had a higher impact. And no one actually complained that the papers were in German. It was just part of the way science was done. The pressure of understanding a paper in a given language was on the shoulders of the reader, not on the shoulders of the author that actually has to push the paper in English so that it gets some readership. So I'd like us to remember that there was a moment in science where multilingualism was the norm and that researchers were actually working a bit to understand other colleagues' languages. And of course, then he moves to English when he goes to the US in the 1930s, but there's a very small number of papers that are written during that period. So, a few methodological aspects. So I've presented a few data points on languages, but in reality, as I said, this is really a moving target. We have good data for the Web of Science, but it's restrained to a few journals. OpenAlex indexes everything, but the quality of the metadata in terms of language is actually moderate at best. So what we did with my team, we actually manually check several thousand papers. And we compared what was the real language of the paper with the metadata that the database showed. And so basically about 87% of papers that it says are in English, and about 15% are in different languages. In the case of Chinese, strong overestimation of the place of Chinese in the database. Actually, about 25% of what is said to be in Chinese is actually in Japanese. So it shows that there's but it's even worse for any language that uses Cyrillic. All of those papers are categorized as Russian, while they can be in Bulgarian and Ukrainian. So there's a huge issue with just the characterization through algorithms of the language of a paper. So don't get me started with automatic translation. I will actually. So, and last point on that, German is at 68%. So it's totally imprecise in OpenAlex. So we have a lot of work right now to just improve that data point, to understand what is the place of the different languages in the research ecosystem. We kind of know that English is taking more and more space, but we don't know to what level it precisely is compared with other languages. So what are the factors that explain that? Actually, more than 50 years ago, Jean Garfield already pushed this idea. And of course, it was embedded in the Science Citation Index, which he created and which basically, again, mostly included English language journals and papers. So this has practical benefits. This is how science should be done, let's say, more efficiently. More recently, there's the book that you may have seen by Montgomery that's called "Does Science Need a Global Language?" And basically, his answer is that it does, but it needs to be flexible. We need to understand that there's non-standard or various ways one can write English. But I think the key point, and hopefully you're going to agree, is the research evaluation culture that is everywhere. We can solve some technical issues, but as long as we don't solve the socio-organizational issues, all of the infrastructure work that we're going to do will have difficulty reaching its public. We need to change the way capital and value is given into the scientific system. And that is something that government agencies and different policymakers can do, but it's also us as scientists who sit on committees and who rank our colleagues. We need to change the way we evaluate everyone. So there's effects to moving into one single language in the research ecosystem. One of them is what we work on. And so we compile data, of course, in that case, it's based on the Canadian context. And what we're looking at is whether when research is published, in that case, it's in a foreign journal. When a research piece is published internationally, does it focus on national issues? And of course not. In order to have research that focuses on the national issues of a given place, you need to have these venues that are published in the national language. And we've seen it for Canada. We've also validated that with France, with Germany. There's a very, very strong pattern that if you push your researchers to publish internationally, then they will not focus on issues that are relevant locally. So if my dean comes and tells me, Vincent, I want you to publish in English in these big American journals, then my field work in the social sciences won't be on Quebec schools or on the Quebec economics. It's going to be on the Federal Reserve in the US, or I'm going to do field work in the US, because that is how you can publish in those journals. So by pushing into English, we're structurally, in a way, putting the conditions so that scientists do less relevant research, or at least less relevant for the places that actually pay their salaries. But there's also a lot of inequality effects. And I know this study has been discussed during the last couple of days, but for me it was a very important one because it quantified the extra work that researchers had to do when they worked in a language or read and wrote papers in a language that's not theirs. And so this is mostly for the field of biology. But basically what it shows is that the time researchers need to read a paper that's in English is basically twice when they're non-native versus when they are native. The time that it takes them to write a paper that's in English is also much higher when it's not their when it's not their native language. So there's a cost that's associated with the work. It takes more time when it's not in your language. But there's also issues in terms of rejection. So researchers are much more likely to be rejected when they write a paper that's not in their native language. And of course, this is the curve in blue here. You see that you need to submit papers to get published. So the curve goes up as a proportion of English papers published, it increased. So rejection increases because, of course, they submitted more papers. So they're trying a lot, let's put it this way. And the other comment that not native English speakers get a lot is that they need to revise their English level. That's kind of a common thing that we would get. And of course, the more you are a native English speaker from a high-income country, the less likely you are to receive these types of comment. So moving into English collectively, changing what we work on because of these incentives, and it's taking us more time to do a research that could be less relevant. That's not the best system we could think of, right? So is this non-English literature really invisible? So I'm also the scientific director of a journal platform in Canada, and we have download data for all of our journals and papers. The platform publishes about 230 journals, mostly in the social sciences and humanities, and mostly in the French language. So we looked at where the download come from, and actually 70% of the download come from outside Canada, and probably 80% come from outside the province of Quebec, which is where I'm from, and that mostly speaks French. So definitely this research that has a national focus is not associated with a global invisibility. Most of the users, the vast majority, comes from throughout the world. And then we decided to compare our usage with other for-profit platforms that the university subscribes to. So we did a little analysis of the number of journals for which we had good download data at the university with those of the American Chemical Society, Elsevier, Wiley, etc. And by far, the national platform, Érudit, had a much higher download rate per paper than any of the commercial ones. So again, national research published in the national language does not equate no international impact and only national use. So it's really quite, one could say, counterintuitive to what we give value to in the scientific system. Okay, so all of these slides, I could have presented that probably 10 years ago. So it's not new. But why do government care right now? The first element, and I know it's everywhere, but it's nonetheless true, it's the pandemic. So when the first cases of this new pneumonia started more than 4 years ago in China, the Chinese government sent a few scientists to Wuhan to try to characterize what was happening. What did the Chinese scientists do? They took the data, they wrote a paper in English in the New England Journal of Medicine, because those were the incentives that existed in the system. The Chinese government was quite angry with that, because it meant that most people on the front line did not understand what was happening because their level of English was pretty bad. And so they said, you should have published a paper in Chinese for us. And so they actually created a mandate that every funded research project should have about 30% of its paper published in Chinese journals. So they realized that collectively they needed to understand what was happening. So the national language is necessary for dissemination to practitioners in various fields that use scientific literature, as well as for the general public. Another element is that multilingualism is increasingly seen as part of open science. That in order for science to be really open and available, it needs to be disseminated in the languages of the various readers. So it's kind of an extension that came a bit with the UNESCO declaration that goes beyond the mere accessibility of a scientific document. There's also a lot of technological improvement in automatic translation. Throughout the last couple of days, we saw that some things work, some things are less precise, but these things are going to likely improve and make a multilingual scientific system more possible. But they also realize that English is everywhere in society, and it's increasingly in culture, which brings me, finally, to the concept of discoverability. So in the cultural industry, as you all know, and you're all users of that quite likely, there's been massive change in consumption practices. We used to buy CDs, then we were in Napster, and now we use Spotify or Apple Music that basically push us content through their algorithms. And in that context, a few nations in the world have realized that their culture is made invisible in those platforms, that you don't see any French-Canadian films, or you don't have French-Canadian music in that, and that the new generation, my kids, for instance, are not listening. They don't know, they have no idea of the Quebec star system, which none of you either, probably, but if you were my age, you would know all of those people. They are great, actually. So they are realizing that the national culture is disappearing from public space, and that spoke a lot to many governments throughout the world. So there's a concept that existed in sociology of culture that's called discoverability. So until these sociologists start to work on that, discoverability was mostly a concept for information scientists, basically related with information retrieval. But now it's kind of a concept that goes way, way, way beyond that to include social, cultural, economic, political factors that explain why people find and use a given piece of cultural content. So now I'll just go fast on that, but really it's something that has studies right now on understanding the cultural market, the various distribution channels, the way culture is being made available through platforms, trying to get data on cultural consumption. And this is non-trivial, because who has the best data on the use of, who has the best data on what people listen to in terms of music? It's the platform themselves. Historically, it would be sociologists who would go and ask people what they listen to, or it would be the music stores. But now all of this data is mostly closed, and so the platforms are the only one that can actually analyze the phenomena that would be important to study for many more people. The impacts of digitization, digital transformation, on the diversity of the content that is being offered, online cultural prescription, as well as more the participatory culture and the role of consumer in online recommendations. So given what's happening with culture, knowing also the decline of other languages than English in the scientific sphere, many governments, and my government among others, decided to start to study how these concepts can be applied to improving the place of, in my case, of French in the scientific ecosystem. But before delving into that, I just want to give the consensual definition of discoverability in the cultural content. And it's an important definition, I think, because it combines two things. So studying discoverability means that you're going to study the ability that people will have to find a content that they are looking for. So I'm searching for that document, I'm finding it, as well as the ability to find something that you are not searching for. So the serendipity. For those of you who remember the time when the library was a place you would physically go to, quite often you would have a piece of paper with a book code to find a book, and in the end you would not get out of the library with that book, but with the books that were around it. So that's kind of the serendipity element of discoverability. Now, on the various algorithms on the platform, these documents are pushed to you using co-words, co-citation, and various heuristics. So how can we apply that to scientific content? It's a bit more tricky. The first main distinction is that while we are all users of culture to some extent, not all of us are producers of cultural content, and probably we should not either. While in the scientific sphere, almost everyone who reads a scientific paper is also a producer of those scientific papers. So we're kind of in a different dynamic here. It's a much more constrained one. Of course, much more constrained community. Of course, we also want to disseminate, let's say, outside the scientific community, but most of us disseminate primarily for the scientific community. The second element is that it's a bit difficult to substitute a scientific paper for another. So if I want to watch a movie on Saturday evening, I can decide to watch that movie or that movie. The substitution between the two goods is actually possible. While for scientific documents, each of them, in a way, have the monopoly over their content, and if I need that specific document, it cannot be replaced by another one. So again, it means that we need to have everything. So scientific production needs to be based on the entire archive of the knowledge that's been produced, which in a way is a bit different for the cultural world. Third element there, of course, the discoverability of a document or the usage of a document depends a lot on the value that we give to a document. So of course, there's a research evaluation component there, but we also need to think of why we cite as scientists. So if I use a given document, I need to grab some information there to write my argument in my own paper. but that reference also serve a, one could say, convincing element. So I want to convince my readers that my argument is right, and I'm going to use the most convincing document that exists. And in that context, a paper published in Nature is probably more convincing to my readers than a paper published in the Canadian Journal of Sociology. So there's an effect there that the document that I will use it's not only for my use, but it also has, one could say, an external purpose. In that context, and this is something that you guys are all experts, platforms are crucial, and it's true in both worlds, in both the cultural world and in the scientific world. Their quality and the metadata quality is crucial for the discoverability. And in our scientific context, we have moved from restrictive platforms for information retrieval, like the Web of Science and Scopus, to more inclusive platforms like Google Scholar and OpenAlex. But those have, first, metadata quality issues, but they also have algorithmic biases in the documents that they will push us. And platform control is actually slightly different in our context. So I want to just update you on those are recent results that came a few days ago on who controls actually the outputs that we produce as scientists. So about a decade ago, we wrote a piece that basically showed that there were 5 publishers that control half of the research publishing market. And this was, of course, based on the Web of Science. This was the only database that was available at that time. And it shows clearly a concentration of production. But now we wanted to contrast that with more inclusive databases. And what the most inclusive databases show, and those are in gray and in orange here, is that actually the control of science is deconcentrating. There's more and more papers in journals that are outside the world of the major for-profit publishers. So we do have the places to publish. The venues exist. It's just that we don't give as much value to them as scientists. So that's what I meant by saying that we have the control of our future. We have the infrastructures that are there. The elements are there. What is mostly needed is the, let's say, sociological will. But of course, there's one thing that we control a bit less, which is how we find the papers that we are searching for. And in that case, Google Scholar remains basically the tool that is the most used, and this pushes English language papers much more than it does for papers that are not in English. And it's also dependent on the metadata quality that we are able to put in our, let's say, collective infrastructure. So how can we improve discoverability in science? And I'll be quick, I'll skip to what we know. Okay, no, I'll go through. I don't want to speak too long, but okay, I'll go through. Give me 2 minutes. So discoverability is a technical issue, yes, but it's mostly a social issue. We need to increase the value that we give to the non-English publications that all of us here probably would like to write. And we need to support the platforms. And we need to support it. Of course, government need to support it, but we need to walk the talk. We need to put our money where our mouth are. We need to submit our best papers to these journals, not only the second or third best papers. Of course, there's a lot of technical aspect. We need to make sure that we have good multilingual metadata so that the papers are findable. I associate regarding automatic translations. I've been going to a few conferences, seeing the progress that has been made by many of you. I think it's something that you will be able to do at some point, but there seems to be a lot of challenge that go from the legal to the technical, so there's still a lot of work to be done there. And we also need to improve globally our understanding of the current ways researchers search for scientific information and the reasons why they are doing it. So to conclude, we can work on the technical aspects, we can work on the sociological aspect, but what we need to do first is to improve multilingual research dissemination. We need to find incentives for researchers to want to disseminate their papers in languages other than English. We need to support collective infrastructure. This conference is a very good example of that. It needs financial investment, but it even more so needs community investment. If scientists don't come, these infrastructure will have no use. We, of course, need to reform research assessment. This morning, I found a boat that was named Dora. It made me laugh a lot. I had to take a picture. And this is not only the responsibility of policymakers. It is our responsibility as scientists. We are guilty of using the journal impact factor as a proxy. We are guilty of using, oh, that's an international journal, that must be better than our national journals. We are our worst enemies when it comes to research evaluation. But if we are to reform that, what's actually the role for indicators? Which one should we keep? Or should we get rid of all of that? And again, keep in mind that the main function of journals nowadays is to contribute to the circulation of scientific capital. Yes, it does build communities, but in most fields of the sciences, a journal like PLOS ONE, it has no community. It could be a platform. So in that context, its sole role is to have an impact factor and give value to the research it publishes. So in that context, if we want to get rid of these research assessment indicators, what's left of journals? And to conclude, we need to develop coherent policies that acknowledge disciplinary differences, that acknowledge differences in languages and nation. The place of France is different than the place of Croatian in the scientific system, and we need to understand that and develop policies accordingly. And we need to reform university rankings, because I think that's probably the underlying cause. I was going to say remove university rankings, but I would not know if you would have reacted too much, but I think objectively those should just disappear. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for the research, the wisdom, but also bringing a lot of energy to the room at this stage. We are out of time for questions, I'm afraid. So if you do wish to ask any questions of the authors and the presenters, please do find them at the end. So thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Just one more round of applause and we'll It's a slick, oiled machine. So we're coming to close the conference now. And to do this, we're going to invite Pierre up to the stage, Drahomira, to close. So we're going to just spend 2 minutes to reflect, to thank people and to reflect, and then you're free to go.
Oh, no. Good evening. Are you still there? Yes, you are. Thank you. Just a few short pieces of information before I left the floor to Pierre to close, and to Mark, of course. We are going to have proceedings, hopefully, and I'm very happy to tell you that we are going to use our University of Zadar and the University of Osijek collaborative efforts open access Diamond Open Access journal called Libellarium, and I will be the editor of these proceedings, and you will be the review panel. So thank you in advance. And you will receive all the information necessary for this collaborative efforts in your emails, but after you get home safely and you send me a message that you actually arrived home. And I have a little piece of paper that I need to, this is just a reminder, Nicolina gave it to me before I came here. So we took your posters down, but if you wish to take it with you, they are in front of this room with your names on. So if you want to take it with you home, we will appreciate it. If not, we will take them to our university. And the other part, recycle. We are sustainable. We want to be sustainable
Even though we use some plastics for our name tags, your name tags, we would like to have them back because we like turtles. And we would like to use you can take your names with you, of course, but please leave us the necklaces and the plastic part so we can reuse it for our next conferences. So I think that is everything I have here, and I will now go down. Thank you.
So now I'm the huge pleasure to open the thank you session because there were a lot of people involved in organizing these wonderful, wonderful conferences. So I think it's very important that we can be grateful and express our gratefulness, is it an English word? Yes, to all those people. So first, I think we should thank you, the participants, the contributors, the speakers, the workshop leaders, the chairs, and all of you, the participants, for the fruitful discussions and the friendly and respectful atmosphere of this nice, very, very nice conference. And yeah, so applause for you first. But of course, this conference has a program committee who crafted and cooked very patiently this wonderful program that we could enjoy during the 3 days all together, from the very beginning to the very end of the conference. It was really fantastic. I think we all share the same experience of having the privilege to be able to participate in wonderful discussions. So let's thank the Conference Program Committee. You have the name of the members of the Conference Program Committee who worked a lot on this program. So thank you. So, you know, OPERAS is a distributed infrastructure. It's a very diverse community. So the program committee took the decision also to onboard other scientific committees to participate in the crafting of the program itself. So the OPERAS Scientific Advisory Committee was involved. The International Advisory Board of Diamas and Craft-Away projects were involved as well. The Palomera Scientific Advisory Committee participated also to the selection and the construction of the program. Thank you to them. And now, now we have all had a wonderful experience here, thanks to the organizing committee. You can see here all the names of those who participated in organizing this conference, and there is the communication team. They worked during 1 year to prepare all this conference. It was a huge, hard work, and we can see, we could experience the wonderful result that we had together. So I'd like to ask all the members of the conference organizing committee and the communication team to join me on the stage to receive the thanks from the audience. So please, Drahomira, Judith, Carla, Lorena, Mirna, Alitza, Franjo, Nicolina, Liliana, Jadranka, Mateusz, Sona, Carol, Ursula, Elena, please come. I was not part of it, so I stand out, but now I want a standing ovation for this wonderful team. Thank you very much. You are fantastic. And you are the infrastructure of this conference. Here's the infrastructure.
Yes, and I really want to thank my students who are here, all the time doing all of the things I could imagine to do for them. So they couldn't be here, but they promised me to be and follow online. So I want to really thank, where is the photo? Okay, but maybe we can
We have
find.
seen them.
Well, they left, right? Okay, so I want to thank Magdalena and Lorena and Sara and Lovre and Vyacheslav for all their hard work. They took some time from their learning and teaching at the university to learn in a real life experience at the conference, and they are very happy and to have this opportunity. So they are only the first year undergraduate students, so I think they really deserve the biggest applause you have for them. So. Okay.
And personally, I'd like to give also a big thank you to the Zadar team who took care of Sai, because I know that several of you went to the hospital, you are commuting between here and the hospital to make sure that everything is okay. So thank you to you. And Franjo is here.
So it's 6:30 on Friday evening. Where would those students be now? We can live that life in 2-3 minutes. So it just comes to me on behalf of the committee and the organizers and the University of Zadar to draw a close to this conference. And just to give you 90 seconds to 2 minutes of reflection. So I've been in publishing for over 30 years, hard to believe, but true. And I think back from what is different about this conference. What is so different about this? And 30 years of industry conferences in publishing, I'm not entirely sure I learned anything at an event. There were lots of product presentations, a lot of sales pitches, a lot of product placement, but very, very little learning. And that's exactly the opposite here. This has been 3 days where I've been swamped in learning. It's very tiring. And it's what I think comes across as well is that at an industry conference, it's the richest voices, it's the largest, loudest voices which get most coverage. OPERAS does an incredible job, and the organization committee does a great job at allowing all voices to be heard, to create a culture, that bottom-up grassroots culture that we've referred to a number of times, so that all voices are heard, and to create a culture where it's collaborative, it's supportive, and we champion each other because we want your success is my success. It is that Ubuntu philosophy that carries through in this conference. And Pierre reflected in a multilingual session that Delphine was doing that this product, which was gone into alpha, will go into beta later this year, came about because of a conversation in a taxi 4 years ago. And it's that kind of environment, that kind of rich soil, a fertile soil which OPERAS and this conference tries to create, a soil that allows seeds to find a place to reside, to germinate. And it's and you know, the policy and the governance, which takes so much time with Yannick and the team in Brussels, and we talked about it at the Assembly of the Commons, is really, really important because it allows an infrastructure to grow within constraints and within a place of trust. But it's the culture which really helps germinate. And so these last 3 days, we've shared ideas. The workshops have generated things. We've had conversations. The extroverts have shared ideas over beer and coffee. The introverts have reflected in their corners. But that culture has cast seeds to the wind. And it's where those seeds land within the fertile soil that we try to create here. And that culture, I know someone explained to me about the theory of culture is like trying to hold a rose's head. You need to hold it, but if you hold it too tight, you squeeze the life out of it. And that is the culture that we aim to nurture as OPERAS moves towards becoming an ERIC. It's a place of fertile ground where a culture germinates seeds of collaboration and creativity, and a healthy culture which cannot be bought and cannot be replicated, but only just thrives within the right people, the right you. So thank you for your energy. Just a sincere apology to Sai, to Monica, to Suzanne, who couldn't be here because of illness. And just, we've really missed you, and we wish you a safe and a healthy and rapid recovery. But to you, everybody here and online, we thank you, all of us who've been involved with putting this together, for your collaboration, your willingness to share, your willingness to listen, your willingness to go from this place and continue to build an alternative to those things which Vincent was just referring to us. And I really wish we could listen for another hour to things like that. But all good things come to an end. And so with this, I wish you a safe travels, a healthy year, and another year of collaboration and success. Thank you.